What's up, everyone? Kawaii here, and welcome to episode 47 of the Weebs of the Roundtable podcast. In this podcast, we're going to be talking about our final thoughts on the summer 2024 season, even though we are technically well into the fall season. So joining me right here is Memory NK, Anippo Review, and Queen Deja. Now, before we get started with the podcast, we got a little bit of a promotion that I want to do. Memory here just started a new YouTube channel called Weebs and Dweebs. Yeah,
thank
that's
you,
right.
Man. Nice. Thank you,
thank you. Memory, why don't you tell us about the well, for those who don't know, why don't you tell them about the channel before we get started?
So it's pretty much just me and it's something me and my Ruzu or Miles have talked about, which we've had like podcasts and stuff like that before. We've both been around for a bit, and like we've made videos at like Anime Expo and stuff like that, and we're like, oh, this is like probably the most fun we've had making content together. And then we like have brought up the idea about like doing a channel together and doing videos together, and we like never did it, and now we like finally decided to go through with it. And yeah, so pretty much just two good friends just coming together, just being silly, having a good time, talking about things they love. Pretty simple. But so far, I mean, we're already almost at 200 subscribers, and
nice.
Our videos are doing pretty good already, which is like, I think that's something I've noticed. I feel like with YouTube and like the algorithm now, it seems like newer channels get like pushed a lot more. So that's probably a factor, but yeah, we're almost at 200 subscribers. So go over to the Weebs and Dweebs. We'll probably have a link down below in this video.
Yeah, I'll put a link in the description down below.
I appreciate that. I was not expecting that.
Yeah,
so I appreciate that.
Yeah, I know you've been putting. I know you've been uploading quite a bit on that new channel. So I thought, yeah, you know what, might as well just promote it. So does this mean like? So
it's kind of. I don't want to say it's kind of. Well, it's become more of like my primary thing. Like I've been uploading more on my main channel lately with like the new season coming out and things like that. But yeah, that kind of has taken a bit of like a priority, especially seeing like the success we've already had out the gate. So.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's what I was about to ask.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll put a link to the Weebs and Dweebs channel in the description down below. So yeah, check it out when you get the chance. But yeah, other than that, without further ado, let's just get on to the main to the podcast. So, the first anime on the list is once again the third season. No. I don't think it was not the third season. The newest season of the second season of a very much acclaimed anime series, Oshi no Ko. So, what do you guys think?
I think only Memory is watching this one, actually.
Oh no, I'm watching it too.
Oh, okay, sorry. I'm not watching it because
well, actually, the last episode comes out
tomorrow.
Sunday? Yeah, okay. Which is like weird because it was like usually coming out on Wednesdays or something like that.
Yeah, I think because all the other fall animes that are coming out, they just didn't want it with that. So.
Yeah, I mean, because for me, I've talked about this on the podcast like a million times, but I wasn't too crazy about Oshi no Ko season 1. I didn't like hate it, but I was like somewhere in the middle. It was just kind of like all right to me. But I feel like for season 2, I feel like it's definitely went to another level for me in terms of like my enjoyment of the series. I just feel like I don't know, I feel like this arc I've been able to be a lot more invested in just character wise and just with the content that's been going on as well. And the production has been like, there's been some really standout episodes in this season so far where you're just watching, you're just like, wow, like. Now, Oshi no Ko the production for it has been good just in general, the whole series, but there's been some really standout episodes in this season. So I got to applaud him because I think I also talked about this at the last podcast we had. Like, for me, what makes Oshi no Ko is a lot of the other, like, characters personally. And I feel like for stretches of this season, like, some of the other characters, I feel it's like, not more so recently, but, like, in the earlier parts of the season, like a lot of the other characters were getting some kind of like their own spotlight and stuff like that, which I really liked. So that's probably factored into me enjoying this season a lot more. We did have like that twist at the end of the most recent episode, which that was something. that was like, wow, quite the reveal. I know that was probably trending on Twitter. I would not be surprised if that was. But
Yeah.
Overall, I've enjoyed this season a lot of Otokonoko, which I didn't have. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't have the highest expectations because of how I felt about season 1. I know people were saying like, oh, this arc that they're going into is, you know, some really good content that they're going to be adapting. I think Ryu actually was saying that. And it shows, because I feel like this is a bit the step up for sure from season 1. So I've liked this season so far as a whole.
Honestly, I agree with you. I think this season was a lot better than season 1. Now I know a little bit of some spoiler things because people told me and such, but yeah, it was a good season. I hate the fact that it's almost over, but something tells me if it's going to go the way I think it's going to go, I'm probably going to be done like overall with it maybe by season 4, if there is a season.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't have very strong opinions or feelings about that stuff.
Yeah.
Either. Like at this point, it's kind of like if you didn't see something about it on Twitter, like I don't know, it's kind of like a miracle if you didn't see something about it.
That or TikTok, because it's everywhere.
Yeah. But that might, in terms of the anime, that might be like years from now. But
probably so. Yeah.
Yeah. Did either you guys didn't watch it, Kawaii or Anipod? No.
No, because High Dive is restricted from Europe now, and I only watched those.
You gotta sail the seas, man.
Yep.
We need you out here.
Yo ho, the pirates.
We need you out here sailing the seas,
well,
man.
I mean, I wasn't too strong about the first season anyway, so I was like, it's whatever.
It can't be bothered.
Yeah.
All right. Well, other than that, I think this is a sign that we can move on now. So, next up on the list is Alya sometimes hides her feelings in Russian.
Say her name right.
You can start. I think you're watching memory, right?
What's up?
You're watching this one, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, you can start.
This one was fun for me. I feel like it's, at least right now, in terms of the characters and like the writing, like it's nothing like the story. It's nothing like complex or anything like that, which I don't really feel like it needs to be. I still had a lot of fun with this series. This is another one for me where like I feel like a lot of the side characters made more of an impact than the main girl, which Alya I like. She's nice and all, but I feel like when characters like Yuki were on the screen, and especially Yuki, and some of the other side characters, I feel like they kind of took over. But that's not to say that like I don't like Alya, but I feel like some of the other characters made the show for me. But I don't know. I don't have this like super strong feelings about it. It was just kind of a fun time. Nothing like really to write home about. I didn't dislike it really at all. Production wise, like I really like the character designs. Production was pretty good. You could tell there's more priority there towards like, because it is the same studio as Otokonoko. Like you could tell there's probably more priority towards Otokonoko, obviously. But this one I liked. It was enjoyable. Just something you sit there, watch, like have a good time with. But it's nothing like, I don't know. I'm not gonna like die on a hill like defending it or anything like that. Like if people want to say whatever, but I'm not gonna sit here and like try to defend it all crazy or whatever. But I see like the appeal. I know a lot of people do like the series, and I feel like it does have a lot of things to like about it, especially like I think the main male character, Kuzakun, like him compared to a lot of other main characters and like with these series, like the high school rom-coms, you know, I feel like he does offer a lot more than some of the other MCs that you get. So I'm curious because we did get the season 2 announcement, right? So I need to see more progression. That's something I definitely need to see in the second season, because we know with these rom-coms, they like to really like stretch it out and beat around the bush, and they'll try to it'll go chapters and chapters or episodes and episodes with a build up. And that's something we were seeing it little like sprinkled out, I feel like, throughout the series and towards the end, but I feel like season 2 is going to be a big deciding part for me, like how I'm really going to feel about this series, depending on like the progression that we see with the characters. So like the main 2 characters, I guess you would say. But yeah, this one's just like, I'm sort of in the middle on, like, it's enjoyable, nothing crazy. I think I gave it like a 7 or 7 out of 10, something like that. So
All right. So I guess I can go then. I gave it a 5 out of 10 actually, as I was complete with it because I wasn't very strong about this one. I will start talking about the things I liked was the character style and the animation. I think it was Doga Kobo who made this one, so they made a very good job. And I would say, now I haven't read the source material, but considering the story that they have to go with, I think that they did it pretty good. But when it comes to the actual story, I wasn't very impressed. I did enjoy the first few episodes because I thought it was fun. I thought it was wholesome, but then I lost interest very fast. The story became a bit too repetitive for me, and none of the characters really stood out for me. Not even the side characters. I know a lot of people talked, for example, about Yuki. She did nothing to me, if I'm gonna be honest.
it did kind of die down, I feel like, after that like an episode like at the beginning of the series where it was like
even that episode I
yeah.
wasn't very strong about. I was like, oh, it's
Yeah,
whatever.
but I feel like it did kind of die down for her until like the tail end when she started kind of making more of an impact again, it felt like. But
no, I felt nothing during the whole season with her
that's
actually.
fair.
Yeah. Now, when it comes to, let's see, there was some other interesting part of which I hope we will get back to in season 2, and that is the relationship between Kuse, the guy, and his mom. Because you could see at the end where they, saw each other at the school, and they haven't seen each other for years. So I'm hoping to see, like, maybe they can have some kind of healing in that relationship going on. I hope to see that. That's something that interests me. The other part that I think really took my interest away from this show is the whole election part. I did not care whatsoever about the election part, and the sad part is that most of this show was about the election. Like, I was going into this mostly because of the romance, but it feels like the romance was pushed away for the election instead. Now I get it. We are supposed to see them as a team, right? But it was too much focus on that, and I didn't really care. And also the finale was very much on the election too. So I felt, for me at least, the finale didn't do much for me. So my final thoughts is really, I liked the animation, but the story is, it wasn't bad, but it was like meh to me.
Gotcha. DJ, you watching this one, or did you watch
Hell
this?
no! What the fuck was an election about this? What the fuck?
Well, yeah, it's
Okay.
like the school election.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do agree with you though. It did kind of get a bit stale with that, with the election and all that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything else to say about this one, actually.
Okay, so is it actually? It's not Aliyah? Is it like Alya or like how?
Alya, yeah,
Alya.
Alya.
Oh, okay.
Well, I guess also that it's some of the interesting parts are, I guess, with the like the little flashbacks that they would kind of show. Like that is something I am curious about as well for season 2. That's another thing I forgot to bring up, because they did multiple times like show some things from the past with some of the characters. So that's another thing I'm kind of looking. Like, I like it enough to watch another season or like see where it goes, but. Yeah, that's probably the biggest thing so far is the story just in general, and I feel like, I don't know, I need to feel more with the 2 main characters. Like, yeah, Alya is pretty and all that, and everybody's gonna say that, But like,
Yeah, I was gonna say, I forgot to say that also. Like, I know the title of the show is called Alya sometimes hides her feelings in Russian, but whenever she hides her feelings in Russian, that just becomes too repetitive too. It's like it was cute in the beginning, but then it's like, oh, we heard it already.
yeah. But I'm
With
curious how
something
that scene, how that like, because I think I mentioned this in the previous podcast as well. Like, when that whole thing gets outed, or like, how is that going to happen? Because there's going to be a moment where that does happen, where she realizes
Yeah.
or something that he's known everything that she said the whole time. And I'm wondering, it'll probably be like in a confession or something along those lines. If like, that's how I would think it would go. Or it could be something with like the past potentially, but we'll see.
Oh, yeah. I guess we're done with this one. I can see it looks like Ryu is gonna join us too.
Yeah, he just posted it in the Discord chat. Give me a bit though. I hope the podcast won't take too long. Well, that also depends on how
on him. It
depends on how long he's willing to talk.
It depends on him.
I mean, it wasn't gonna take too long, but I think once he gets here, I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
But yeah. Other than that, I guess we're ready to move on from Alya. Sometimes hides her feelings in Russian. Next up on the list, are any of you guys watching Tower of God season 2?
No, I didn't watch season 1. So.
I am,
Hell, I haven't
because
seen season 1.
I am, because some of my friends are like diehard Tower of God manhwa fans, and they're like, dude, you gotta watch it, keep watching. And then we'll watch the episodes and they're like, dude, this adaptation is so crap, like read it. I'm just like, what? We get here on Sunday and they're like, all right, let's watch the new Tower of God episode. And then they watch it. We all watch it together. It's like, okay, this adaptation is so bad. And then they're telling me to read it. I'm just like, oh my gosh. But yeah, I don't really have much to say on Tower of God. Like they're starting a new arc right now. It's gonna be like 2 cores. So really it's not finished. I guess it's just like the first core is finished or whatever. But there's I can't really say much because I feel like it would spoil. I don't even know if you guys really care, but did you guys watch season 1?
Watch it.
I watched season 1 and I called it like one of the worst anime of 2020. So I really don't care about spoilers.
Okay, well, so like Kun and Bomb, do you know how they got like separated or whatever at the end
of season 1?
Yeah, the end of season 1 they got like separated, right?
Yeah.
So like season 2, there's like Bomb has this different like identity. He's going under a different name. You're not really supposed to know it's him, but you like know it's him. Or like the other characters aren't supposed to know, but like the viewer can obviously tell that it's him. And like now they're at a part where it's like, oh, Kun and Bomb have like crossed paths again. But they don't really like now they're at a point where they pretty much, well, Bomb knows it's Kun, but Kun doesn't know that it's Bomb, but he's like pretty sure that it is, but he's not like 100%. And now they're going into this arc where Kun is actually going to be fighting alongside with like the people that Bomb has in his party. And it's like, but it's, yeah, I think it's called like the workshop battle or something like that. But there was like, Rachel's still around too. She did something really messed up actually in the season 2. Because there's like this one dude that has an ability where he like runs really fast. So he uses his legs, obviously. And Rachel was going to kill the dude. And instead of killing him, she literally like cut his legs, like repeatedly stabbed his legs, like both of his legs, so that he couldn't run ever again. And that was like her, because he was like, because Rachel has this whole fake thing going on where she's like acting like she's handicapped and she can't walk and all that. And the dude was like commenting or like mocking that, making fun of her because of that, because he knew obviously she was faking. And she was like, okay, you're going to say this about my legs and about my situation. Like she said something like, you wouldn't understand. And she like literally like stabbed both of his legs and was thinking about killing him, but said, nope, I'm just going to let you suffer and you'll never like use your legs again. So yeah, that was something. But
Hmm.
that's been one of the more eventful things in Tower of God season 2. I guess the biggest thing for me has been like the Kun and Bomb kind of reunion and how that was gonna go, which we're not really, I guess, at that point yet. But yeah, most people probably just say for Tower of God, just read the manhwa because the adaptation is not ideal. So.
But damn, that's like similar to Solo Leveling in a way.
Yeah, I have heard that Solo Leveling has a bit of a better adaptation, but and they've added original stuff with Solo Leveling too, like anime original content. But yeah, like even my friends who have read the manhwa, they're just saying go read the manhwa for Tower of God. So
Ryu, you're here. You're at kind of a low point because we're talking about Tower of God.
you joined at a low point, yeah.
Oh, hold on. Let me check this.
No, we haven't. We only on the third one, so you're not too late.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh well, I don't really have. Well, I'll just wait and just try to catch up here. By the way,
Alright.
Tower of God sucks. I'm not even gonna go with it.
Agreed.
It's just straight ass. I'm not gonna say it, and I'm gonna say the manhwa's at least more worth it. But is it good? It depends, because I'm not really into webtoons, because you have to read them in these long damn strips. There's a few that I do like though, but yeah. But this adaptation, it's not it. It's not
Yeah,
it.
That's what I've heard.
At least season 1 has a distinct aesthetic that you can get by.
Yeah.
Not here. This looks even worse than the. This arguably looks worse than the generic, fantasy rom-com seasonal. That's how bad it is. That's how bad it is.
All right.
Can't say he's wrong, really.
Oh,
All
damn.
right. All right.
So
Memory.
hey, Queen, I haven't seen you in a while.
And we all haven't seen you in a while, Ryu. You
I
missed
know.
our last you missed our last few podcasts, unfortunately. But it's understandable though.
Yeah.
But yeah, Ryu, do you want to like say your thoughts on like the previous 2 anime, or are you okay with this? Like, okay.
I'll try to sum it up a bit.
Okay.
For Otokonoko season 2, I won't be honest. This was a season I really wanted to like.
Ooh.
But as someone who's caught up with the manga and the recent developments, I cannot feel the same. It sucks because this season was actually pretty dope in terms of like how they're directing things. The comedy cut does kind of suck though. The waifu was kind of wild. Some of the stuff like with how like, are we supposed to focus on Ruby? Are we supposed to focus on Aqua or whoever? Because Ruby's supposed to be like the way season 1 was doing things. You'd have to think she'll be more repping of the spitting image of her late mother, you know. And I don't think they've really done enough of it, as I feel like they should have. It's one of many things that I've having issues with. The Tokyo Blade arc was amazing though, some hitches aside, but after that, like, that's the only good I can say after that. Like, Oshoko, like, that's the point where I felt like I fell for it the most, and then the stuff afterwards is just I'm not gonna say much about it. That's on spoiler territory.
Mm-hmm.
All right, for Aya's son, well, I
Not much, huh?
wanted to like it. I wanted to like it. I didn't like it. Simple as that. And here's the reason why. I wanted to get behind the dynamic with the two main characters. What was her name, man? It was like Aya and the other dude,
Kuze.
Kuze. That's endearing, in my opinion. Like, I kind of like it, even if it's a little cliche. but I feel like they don't really. I don't think they really do much with it. And some of the comedy is just most of the comedy feels like it falls flat. I feel like it should make me laugh, but it doesn't. And Yuki is the one that is leading the charge. But I will say, like, she's not really in that. She's not a character I really vibe with. Although I can get why a lot of people would enjoy her presence. As for the other girls, I don't really feel much for it. Well, I'm actually annoyed that Aiza's sister, her voice actor is the same is the same voice actor as a certain favorite Blue Archive character that I like. So that's where it got personal for me. That's where it got personal for me. Like, oh hell no. It's like that same thing with it's like that same shit with that one annoying ass dude in the in My Hero Academia with the guy with the fucking that's how bad it is. I keep forgetting his damn name. Mineta, I think that was his name.
Oh.
That guy. Yeah, same thing. Same thing as the previous case. So yeah. Apparently they skipped a lot too, so that doesn't help. And a lot of the stuff I feel like, the development with like the part with the student council, election stuff was pointless. I got bored by that. I
Pretty
was
much
like, what the fuck
centered the season around the election part too. I was like,
what's the point? I thought it was supposed to. It'll be more engaging, like if they went and developed this part, figuring out this relationship more instead of just dilly dally, dilly dallying with this damn election, which I don't give a shit about. I don't like. I feel like it doesn't matter if she would win the election or not. Like, I can understand, like, Kuzu wants...
Oh, I did not care one bit about the outcome.
Like, I can understand why Kuzu wants to, like, it's there so Kuzu can actually make a stance and say, oh, I'm behind her. You think that has to be somewhere that enforces that relationship, but it doesn't feel like it really... It's not there. It's not there. It's like, you could just do something better.
Behind her, he was pretty much taking the lead too. So it's like he should have been the candidate instead.
Oh yeah. That's also what I was thinking. Like, why don't you go to the election instead? The way you were standing up for things. Why her?
Yeah.
So yeah. All right. I think I've already said what I needed to say about Taruka.
Alrighty then. Other than that, next up on the list is the, I guess, shippost meme goldmine that never was. Shikanoko Nokonoko Koshitantan.
What the fuck happened? What the fuck happened? It was blowing up. The memes were just all over the place. It was before this shit even aired. And when it aired. And
when the OP released before it came out.
The hour-long video.
Yeah. Yes.
It's
the
simple.
Hour-long video had more rep than the whole anime itself. That's a problem. That's the problem. Like,
it was like it just got snapped out of existence. I think it was still trending on Japanese Twitter and all that, or like whatever. That's what Mad Lab was saying.
Trying to rep for it,
that's what Mad Lab was saying.
I will say though, one thing I appreciate though is that they kind of promote Nara, which I love. I like that part of it. The opening song itself was actually very good too. I still listen to it, but I dropped the show.
But the series itself, like,
not funny.
Like, maybe the first episode was a catch, and then the reference, the Tokyo Revengers reference is funny as fuck. That was like,
I remember that.
That shit was out of nowhere. Other than that, I can't really say any good, but like every time I turn on an episode, I'm trying to lock in, and it's just literally one ear out the nets. That's how I spend those episodes. I tried, but it's not it. It's not Nichijou. It's not Lucky Star. It's not none of those better.
It's not Pop Team Epic. That's for sure.
Oh, I don't like Pop Team Epic, but at least that one had some spunk to it. Like this one did not. Everything was just flat.
Yeah,
I like
like 2 episodes or 3 episodes. I couldn't even.
Didn't you drop it? I think.
Yeah, I did.
I don't blame you.
I think I dropped it halfway. I liked the first few episode, but then it became like.
I can still get behind some people liking it though, but I mean, comedy is subjective. But you have to admit that it didn't deliver on the initial expectations.
Some of the stuff was good. I'll just say that.
Yeah. It wasn't all bad, especially in the beginning.
Yeah.
It's just for me. It's just like just flat out. Like even if it's not offensive, it's just flat out boring. It's just like I come in, I'm just like, okay, I don't get much out of this one. What's the point? And it's not like unwatchable. Well, for me at least. But I feel like if it's not worth your time, like I don't blame you. Just giving up on it at that point. It sucks because like with the rep it had beforehand, and it just turned out this point. Now I don't know I don't know the representation over there in Japan, but I don't think I would have to think it wasn't as high as they expected it to be. I mean, unless Malak can chime in on that.
I could check Anict maybe, see if it's still trending there. It's like their version of my anime list, so I'll check and see.
Anything else you need to say on that?
No, I would say probably that like one reason could be that the humor was kind of the same. It didn't become worse, but you got used to the comedy as well. It's still like very high up on Anict, so maybe they liked it. Maybe it's I don't know actually, but it could also be because they're promoting the deers and Nara. Maybe that's the big plus too.
The deers. I did hear like the deers are famous over there. Like they literally like are treated like literally like citizens themselves. That's how.
Yeah.
And they actually follow the road better than most people. That's crazy.
All right.
I mean, at least at least it promotes them. So we're just like, I watched it because I visited because I see these deer in the ending, and I'm just like, oh, I gotta visit, and at least that's a benefit.
I have been there actually. It's quite a nice place. I would hope in the future also that if they have an anime about this, maybe in the future if you go to Nara Station, maybe they can have like promotion there. Welcome to Nara and the characters. Maybe that would be nice.
Yeah, that would be nice.
But I have nothing else to say about this one.
Yeah, for me, I did watch the entire thing. And I don't know if I said this during the last podcast, but I might as well say it again. Yeah, I didn't feel too strongly about this. Like, I wouldn't say the show's bad or unwatchable or anything. Like, I think like there were some jokes that kind of worked for me, but like, but of course I don't love this show either. Like, I think like many people, it was just kind of the show was just kind of there for me. And I think like many people, like it wasn't really what we were expecting. Like I think a lot of people expect this to be like the ultimate like brain rot shitpost type of show with like just nonstop gags, no coherent story. It's just like bonkers to the wall. Like judging by like how viral the Shikanoko Nokonoko Koshitantan like went. But of course it didn't turn out that way. In fact, it turned out to be like the story was actually kind of coherent, and it did kind of tell like sort of like slice of life story behind with the addition of some really silly gags. And the humor, like I said, the humor, while it did sometimes work for me, most of the time it was more or less the same. It was like, because really what most of the humor boils down to is
the repetitiveness.
It's more like Nokotan or someone else doing something batshit insane and Koshi just questioning her own sanity. Koshi being the only like seemingly normal person in the entire cast. That's pretty much what it boils down to. So yeah, this is like one of those shows where like I didn't really
the thing you reminded me like the only sane person. You remind me of Sekodai Yakudomo. And
yeah, with
and
the
that
one
was
dude.
executed way better. Like way better.
I think I would have to agree with that.
Snappy
Yeah.
it was.
Yeah. But yeah, Shikanoko was like, it was one of those shows where like I just don't think too much about what goes on or the story or the characters and all that. I just watch it. I just absorb whatever wackiness it throws at me and just like, yeah, that's cool, I guess. That was pretty much me when watching this series. But yeah, other than that, I think that's pretty much it for what I had to say about the show. Queen Deja, I think you watched the show too, right? Oh, okay.
I think she said she'd be right back, yeah.
Okay. Well, other than that, I guess we can move on now. So, next up on the list is Wistoria, another show that I am not watching. So
Me neither.
Gotcha.
Oh.
This is literally just Don Machi Jr.
Oh,
which is from the same creator, of course.
It's mid, but not outright terrible.
Yeah, I would agree.
It's like Black. It's almost like Black Clover, and it's funny because the same director is also on this.
Yeah,
I don't really have anything much to say. It has its cool moments. I do kind of like that. I do kind of like that. The two, like that. What I do kind of like, or do kind of dig, and at least like it's a good nod, or kind of like a little bit of change of pace, is that Afaria and Will are clearly into each other, and they want to get to each other. They want to be together, but the stuff regarding Afaria is separating them, hence he has to climb up. There's this whole underdog thing, which is pretty typical or expected. There isn't anything particularly special about the characters, but they do their thing. They do their job. That's fine. That's acceptable. And your enjoyment level is kind of subjective in that area. Like, are you okay with how it develops? Like, because this is one of those that it can easily just fall into the typical shonen formula if it doesn't go anywhere, go and do anything else particularly creative or special or whatever. But it's not terrible. It's just mid, as they say it. You know, that's all I really gotta say.
I feel like honestly with this one, I feel kind of the same way like how I describe Alya. I had fun with Alya. I would say overall I still had like some fun with this series. Production wise, I was like, once I saw that the director like Black Clover, who's it, Tatsuya Yoshihara, I think his name is.
Yeah.
Once I saw he was on this series, I was like, okay, this is probably actually gonna get a pretty like production wise, like with him at the helm, it should be like pretty nice looking, and it was, like, for sure.
Yeah.
So that certainly helps when you have that. But like a lot of the way this series is set up does. Well, I know it's from the same creator of Don Machi, but there is a lot of similarities there. And I mean, for crying out loud, they even brought a character named Finn into the series.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And apparently the author hasn't even said anything on if there is any correlation with if it's the same Finn or if it's just like if it's just a cameo or if it's just another absolute character, another separate character named Finn, although they look the exact same. So I don't know.
I would not be surprised if they turned out to be in the same universe later on.
I mean,
like, there's something about like them wanting to break the fake sky, and when I heard that, I'm just like, why does this feel like something that Daimachi would fall under? Because of the way the dungeons are, like the way, you know, how you have to go up and all. And I know it's kind of there's fundamental differences, but I can't help but think like something's connected here. I just can't put my finger on where.
Yeah, maybe there's something that maybe not just the whole series, but there's a section or a part of it that somehow links or connects to like maybe a part of Don Machi or something that I don't know. But
I don't know if okay, well, I don't want to spoil like Fire Force is, like Fire Force is actually connected with Soul with Soul Eater. It's actually like part of the canon, apparently. I don't know if this is spoiler territory or not, but it is the way the author connected the two was actually pretty neat. And I don't know if they're gonna do the same I don't know if it's gonna be done the same here with Dimension and Wistoria.
it would make it a tad more interesting.
Yeah.
But no, this series was pretty fun. Like, nothing to really write home about. I feel like in terms of the characters and the story, but I did like actually the part with Will and not Sion, the Wignall, I think his name was, or something like that.
The one with the ice.
With the green hair. I did like how they kind of had them come together, because obviously they were like really opposed to each other, but then they actually ended up like teaming up. And yeah, the guy with the green hair.
Yeah, that was pretty nice.
Yeah, I did like how they handled that. How they kind of came together and fought together, and how Will kind of like a pep talk, I guess, kind of got him in the shape a bit. Or gave him the will to fight in a desperate situation. I did like that. That part was actually kind of nice. Mm-hmm. So there were some nice character moments in there, but still overall, at least right now, I know we do have another season coming, but right now I'm, the characters in the story, like I said, are nothing to really write home about. But it, like, just from the dungeon aspect and the production, it helps, for it to still be enjoyable. Like, I do enjoy the action in the series for sure. Like that is something nice.
Yeah.
So
I think, I don't know if Queen watched Wistoria or not, or
Wistoria?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, okay.
Also, Queen DJ, you watched Shikanoko, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any thoughts about this, or?
I mean, I enjoyed it. It's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's pretty much what we're all thinking of when it comes to that show.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, other than that, any final thoughts are on Wistoria, or are we ready to move on?
Ready to move on.
All right, next up on the list is Days with My Stepsister, and I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm gonna let you go first, cause you guys may not like what I say about this show.
I think I can start because
I don't think
the one that has...
I don't think most people will like what I gotta say about it either.
Well, I'm just gonna say my own thoughts here, and this is actually my anime of the season. I liked it that much. It was, I think the romance was very well written, very deep. The animation was great, although sometimes I thought that in distance when they draw the faces, it didn't show much details, but that's the way it is. It's no big deal. I think I have some notes actually, which makes it easier for me to discuss this one. Yeah, like when they showed the moments with them, like it was an old movie, right? Those effects, those were great. Very deep romance. And I will also talk about the ending where part of me wanted a full confession, right? But at the same time, I feel that the ending was very realistic to considering their circumstance. They are step siblings. They still have the pressure from their family because the parents are like, we're gonna be a family here, not couple, and that the pressure they're feeling, that they're still in the way of them actually becoming something together. So I do still appreciate the ending very much because I feel it was a very realistic way to tackle it. what else can I say about this one? I think even though it was my anime of the season, I don't think I have much else to say. I just think this was a very deep, well-written romance show, and it does build a bridge for a season 2, which I hope is going to come. And hopefully from there we're going to see, how they work with their parents, etc. And we'll see. I have nothing else to say, but yeah, I gave it a 10 out of 10.
Nice.
Yeah, I feel similar to Anipod. I don't have this as my anime of the season, but I did really enjoy this one, especially the way they handled just the interactions between the two main characters. It has me really like, if there is another season, I think it would really do a good job at handling like the problems that could come with them being together, right? Like the whether it's from the parents or from people at school or just the other kind of things. Like, I feel like with the way that they just handled the romance in the first season, or just like their interactions in general, I feel like hopefully it would be something I'd be like, okay, I could see season 2 being like probably like really
Sure.
good in terms of in terms of tackling those topics, because those are some touchy topics, I feel like, especially what you're dealing with here. But yeah, direction wise, I liked a lot of the choices that they went for. I feel like parts of it for me, it was kind of like a slow burn. I feel like for some people that might kind of be something that turns them away from this series, because it does get kind of slow, I feel like, at some points. But I don't know, I really appreciated how the characters were handled, especially how they like actually, for the most part, actually talk things out and use their words. I cannot stand that with series when the characters just won't.
Yeah, they were good at communicating with each
like
other.
they won't communicate, they won't use their words, or they like run away, or they hide away from like how they're feeling. I could get doing that just in general, right? But like they'll stretch things like that out for like episodes and episodes on end, and it's just like, okay, like when are you actually gonna just confront the matter and talk to each other? And it's like, I cannot stand when series do that. So that was something I did appreciate. Just anytime when a series can do that and have the characters kind of tackle things like that. So that was
Yeah. Do you also remember like the professor or also at the university that spoke to Saki?
yeah.
Yeah, she was great. Like she was so on point with Saki. Like this is how you're gonna feel. She was great. I really want to. When you said what you said also about it being slow, that would usually be a deal breaker for me too. But I think it was the good kind of slow actually, where we still feel underneath that something is going on here. So I still enjoyed this very much.
Yeah, I this honestly, because I didn't really. This was one of the surprises for me of the season, because I honestly, I kind of went into it like, okay, it's like this will probably be maybe like run of the mill, like rom-com, whatever, not even really like comedy, but like romance slice of life. And I was just like, I didn't really have the highest expectations going into it, but it exceeded mine, because I did enjoy this quite a bit. It's definitely, like I said, not my anime of the season, but it's one I did like. I probably like this one more than Alya, to be honest.
Yeah, 100 times more.
Yeah.
DJ, you watching this? Or did you watch this?
No, I didn't even know anything about it.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Well, I'm just gonna move on.
Well, you're not gonna say yes. Sorry. I thought
Yeah,
you
I
were
thought
gonna
you were
move
gonna
on.
say-
No, I'm waiting for quiet. I'm waiting for quiet.
Okay.
I'm waiting for it.
Watch what you say, Mad Lad's here.
Yeah, I already know Malad's probably gonna beat my ass once he sees this podcast.
Watch what you say, man.
Oh boy. All right. Well, first of all, I'm just gonna move on to what I like about this show. First of all, I will say that the visuals and the art style for this show is very beautiful. There's a lot of beautiful shots, and I do agree with Anipode. The scenes where it has the like the old like movie style like filter and like the flickers. That was really cool. I found that to be really cool. And I do think there were some points where I did find Saki kind of interesting. I think it was kind of interesting to see like to delve into like her thoughts, her own personal thoughts and feelings throughout the show. But there's I would say probably three main things that are just really holding this show back for me. First of all, I kind of brought this up during the previous podcast, but the whole thing surrounding Saki falling in love with her own stepbrother. Now, I get it. The show is called Days with My Stepsister. And I'm sure there's probably people out there saying, oh, but the kawaii crew. This is called Days with My Stepsister. Why do you have a problem with, step siblings falling in love? Why would you watch a show like that if you don't like it? Are you stupid? And, well, to that I will say, well, I mean, yeah, I get it. I get that's probably the whole point, just judging by the title. But I think I kind of got the wrong idea when it came to this show. Like, I kind of went into this, like, kind of expecting more of a focus on, like, the step-sibling dynamic and, like, what someone might experience in their life when they have, like, like step-siblings or, like, a step-parent. I guess I wasn't really expecting it to lean this much into, like a romance-type plot.
That surprises me, actually.
Yeah,
because
gotcha.
usually these shows feels like they would go into romance road, I think.
Yeah.
Or it's super like fetishized, like.
Yeah, exactly.
And in a way, that's why this kind of felt refreshing, because it was actually like, I feel like it was a more grounded, like, kind of approach to.
Yeah, it says like genre romance. It's probably not romance. Let's watch it.
Yeah. I think you heard me say this I think you remember me saying this during the last podcast as well. I was wondering, like, it made me wonder, like, okay, I feel like there's a lot of shows out there where, like, it doesn't really fully, there's a lot of, like, I don't think there's any anime out there that really explores, like, a sibling dynamic without, like, a romance plot behind it. Like, I kind of wish we got something like that, or this series could be something like that, instead of, like, just a romance between step-siblings developing. Also, the second problem I have with this anime, I just didn't really feel anything for, like, the romantic chemistry between Saki and Yuta. Like, I know there's a lot of people that ship them and want them to be together, but when I was watching this series, I just, like, I didn't really feel like there was a really, like, good romantic connection developing between them. Like, yes, like, it was obvious, like, throughout, like, multiple points in the show that Saki was developing feelings for Yuta. Like, and we delved into her thoughts, like, multiple times, and, like, her feelings and all that. We heard her explain as much. But still, though, like, the way, like, I didn't, like, I still didn't really feel, I still wasn't really buying it. It just wasn't really there for me. Like, I still felt like the way they were, like, talking to each other, like, it wasn't as casual. Like, it still felt very stilted to me. It wasn't as casual as I was hoping for. And then the third problem is probably with Yuta Asumura himself. I'm going back to being super critical when it comes to main male protagonists. And I'm gonna be real with you guys. One of Kawaii Crew's hot takes of the season, I think Yuta just kind of sucks as an MC. Because, like, this dude, I feel like there was only a few times where he showed more than one emotion. I feel like there's nothing interesting about his appearance. There's nothing interesting about his dialogue. This dude has the personality of a wet dishcloth. Like, just in general, I just, like, I feel like he just exists to, like, for the other female characters to develop. Like, I just don't feel there's anything interesting about him. I just like I just don't like him. I do not feel anything for him as a main male character. But yeah, other than that, like, I guess I can see, despite what I say, I guess I don't hate this show, but it's definitely not a show that I feel too strongly about. Especially when I feel like there's, like, even in this season, there's other, like, more enjoyable rom-coms for me. But I can see why other people may like it, though. But yeah, I think that's pretty much what I have to say about this show. All right, Ree.
This is where we cut in the podcast until 5 minutes later.
Mad Lad is not happy right now.
Yeah, I'm sure at the time of this,
He's popping a blood vessel.
Yeah,
in his head.
his blood pressure is going up.
I think he even said in the chat too.
Oh fuck!
There will be consequences if you don't review this series properly.
I know. Yeah.
The laugh says it all. Like, we can move on to the next show now.
All right, Ryu. You still want to say your thoughts?
I hate it.
Oh, you hate it?
But let me say this right now. What I got in the light when I was reading the manga, the light novel, felt like there was a better sense of conveyance. Even though I feel like I keep hearing that that the anime supposedly is expresses things better, but no, it doesn't. While I can't say I like the light novel, I feel like I got more out of the detail of the intricacies of the emotions conveyed than what I got in the end. Now here's the problem I have with the anime, and this is a subjective part, because I cannot really say anything particularly positive. I'm sorry, Mad Lad. I'm sorry, I can't. I personally do not like the audiovisual approach. I don't outright hate it, but I'm just not really impressed by it. I'm just not really impressed. I'm just not really fond of like the way the color palettes feel muted just to look overly cinematic just for the hell of it. Because it's so jarring when it jumps to normal scenes and it's just the most plain, average looking aesthetics you can get from any seasonals. And it's just like, okay, what's the point? Y'all could have just at least made this spread out. And what I don't like compared to what I get in a light novel, I don't like how everything feels like the movement, how the script, how they read off the scripts. It feels like you're just reading the scripts. They're not commuting. They're not having actual human conversations. That's what I don't like. That's another thing I don't like about this. And that's why everything just feels so monotonous, or even like tone deaf. Like I just don't feel anything coming out of it. And it just doesn't feel like what I'm seeing before my eyes are characters. It really does. It generally doesn't. I want to think otherwise, but it doesn't. For me, like I get the praise. But I feel like it's more of how the standards are. Like, oh, this feels different than that. And I know it will have to be something that comes up when we discuss the next show. But I'll wait till then. The problem here is like the will they, won't they? It's obvious there's a romance going on. But the anime has not reached that point yet, or rather, they cut it out. They cut out the last part because they want to just leave it open ended. Actually, yeah, they did. They did that because if I may have remembered incorrectly, but they stopped at a certain point in the light novel where it's supposed to signal, they're going into a romance. You can literally see this shit going. I don't care about how they're wrestling with their feelings. It's so clear that it's to me that it was going to be a romance, no matter what, because they keep wrestling with it, and the way you're just like, oh, I don't want to do this, but like, I don't care. Like, y'all are obviously into each other for better or worse. So that's what I don't like. That's what I didn't like about it. All right. Now I know I can understand. Like, it's people can say it's a very organic way of conveying emotions, like or dealing with things. But that just doesn't suffice for me in terms of how they developed. And like I have to agree, Asumura kind of sucks as a character, at least anime wise. In the novel, he gets a little bit more. He has a little bit more detail added to him. He got the Ayano Kochi treatment, basically. Ayase is all right. She's all right. Maya's all right. Shiori's all right. The teacher's all right. But I can't say much more than that because we're still stuck into these husk of characters that don't really feel like they don't really feel like they're having like genuine interactions. And maybe it's because of how the production is, because I read on the Sakagaburo posts like how the production is trying to deal with these limited resources and try to make the most of it, which I can commend, but I just simply didn't like how they utilized it. They could have just at least spread things out, make things a little bit more coherent instead of trying to highlight this. Oh, let's go to this little cinematic, flashback. Like that doesn't do it for me. I'm sorry, it doesn't.
Gotcha. But yeah, other than that, any final thoughts on days? Okay.
It's a mouthful, but
all right. Other than that, I guess we can move on now. Next up on the list is Makeine, Too Many Losing Heroines.
I thought we were gonna do that. Like, okay, we're going with the.
Yeah, this is next on the list.
Oh, well, okay. We're not going by alphabetical order.
Nope, we're not going. Nope, we're going strictly to the list I posted in the group chat.
All right. Do I start or?
Sure.
Cause I know this is an anime that you actually do enjoy.
Now I'm just gonna say this right now. I can get people not liking this, but I feel like it's more because, again, of how it's different from the usual menu, as you'd say. I think this is more so a comedy than a romance. That's why when people complain about there's no romantic development. What'd you say, Mary?
I said yeah, for sure. This is more comedy. Yeah,
sorry.
It's more a comedy for sure.
It's more a comedy, but I think that's for the best because there is romance, but it's about these girls trying to deal with losing out on the romance, trying to deal with trying to get over things, and the way they do it, it's kind of interesting how each girl's situation is handled. Anna is a case where like she can't really get over him, but at the same time, I like that she's like, oh, don't butt in and try to fix it for me. Just leave me be. Like I can try to do this by myself, and I respect that, and I kind of like how Nick Mizu was trying to step up for her in a way. Nick Mizu is not there because she's into Anna, but the fact that he feels her to the point like he at least he gotta help out, gotta support at least, and a lot of these are there's some really meaningful messages in this, like they're meaning to communicate, and which gets me to the part with Lemon, and I like the part with Lemon's character because the way that the three-way with her what was her dude? I keep getting it was Chihaya and Mitsuki, and the way everything kind of unfolds is like the backstory is really nice. With and the fact that like Chihaya, at least is out there willing to communicate this as well instead of just the thing. And I know I think Memory may have mentioned upon this, but you don't like the part where they don't communicate. I like that they at least try to talk things out instead of just holding things in. And I like these attempts. It's not easy. It's not easy. It's indicated as such. But it hurts to know, like, what if this went differently? Maybe I could have felt for him or her a little bit differently. But because they've been good friends, they need to at least resolve things one way or another. And again, with Nukumizu, at least try being the wingman there, try and be right there. Like, it's funny how he's just like, I'm just a side character. I'm not supposed to be part of this, and yet he's kind of just roped into it. And in a way, like, it can get a lot. I can understand a lot of people maybe not liking him because, like, why aren't you being more, enforceful? Why are you not, like, you literally see these tropes for yourself reading the notebooks? But there's a thing where reading things by the books is different from from actually experiencing them. That's why in I think it was episode 4, he didn't get the hint when Lemon wanted him to pick her up from the ground. So yeah. And one more thing, the other one, the last one, the Komari, that's tough. What she went through was really tough because it's not even just the romance thing anymore. It's about her not wanting to be left behind, and she's trying to force herself into it. And while you can say like Nukumizu went a little too far, he's trying to look out for her. And she has to at least get the notion, just like, you don't need to do this shit on their own. You like, even if you're friends, like, even if they move on, you still got people here, willing to help you out, willing to support you, willing to be friends with you and all. And yeah, there's a lot of these immediate message. Like, I'm pretty sure there's some more that were hidden, or like I can't think off the top of my head at the moment. But it's a lot deeper, in my opinion, than a lot of people take for granted, because like it's hard because like people's looking on the surface and see it's like, oh, it's this little parody, this parody of this rom-com parody, when in reality, in my opinion, at least, it feels like something else. Now, I like the anime original script, the way it tries to wrap things up in terms of like Nukumizu's perspective in a ways, because for the majority of the series, it's been mostly for Anna, Lemon, and Komari. So yeah, I like how the animation, the visuals are great. Makoto Shinkai actually praised it, which says a lot.
Oh,
yeah. And like, and in my opinion, this is the best looking thing A1 Pictures has done in a while, minus 86. And that says, I know people are going to say, wait, what about Nier Automata? And then, yeah, but I mean, yeah, it's an impressive, that one's an impressive adaptation, but I feel like Makeine got the edge on that, especially with the lighting, the way the characters are expressive. I love I really enjoy these characters, the way they're expressive. They feel lively. Like, you don't usually get that nowadays. That's what irks me about most rom-coms nowadays. You don't have this sort of liveliness where like even the side characters feel like they can be their own thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It's crazy how it is. Again though, like, the way the humor is, the way the characters are, I can understand people not particularly being fond of it, but not particularly having good favors of this series. But I feel like it's worth at least worth a try if you're tired of the usual rom-com slop nowadays. But yeah, and I do hope it gets season 2. I'm kind of sad that it hasn't been highlighted right away like with Alya, but I feel like it does deserve another season, if anything.
I'm assuming they probably had an anime original episode because they didn't want to start a new arc.
Yeah,
probably.
They basically ended the second to last episode. They concluded
Komari stuff
right there. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. At first I was like kind of curious. Like I was like, okay, they're gonna, because we've saw that before with some anime. They just have there could be more material, and they just have an anime original ending, and it's just like, okay, well that's it from the TV series. But that's not really the case with this one. It's just because they didn't want to start a new arc.
Yeah, it's not like that thing with the High School DxD one with Born, where they just I don't know what they did with there. Anything else? Anyone else want to chime in? I don't know if Adam wants to chime in.
I watched this one, and I gotta say it's one of my favorites this season. I enjoy it. I haven't finished it yet. I think I'm 3 episodes behind or something like that because I've been lazy.
Oh, did I
watching anime?
Spoil? I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I already said before, spoilers are no big deal for me. Okay. So it's okay. So I'm curious to see how, because I haven't yet seen the Komari moments, but I have seen like small parts like on Twitter. So I'm curious to see how that's gonna turn out. But I've always liked Komari as a character. In fact, I liked all the characters. There's not a single character I don't like. Even Yanami,
even the ones that are supposed to be annoying, you can't help but enjoy their presence.
Yeah, exactly. And also, for example, Yanami, when she's eating and everything like that, that's just fun to me, to be honest.
Yeah,
I think she's a very fun character.
Calorie count.
The empty calorie. He's just like, it's okay. It's just empty calories. I'm like, what, you fat ass?
Yeah, but like I'm gonna keep myself short, keep it kind of short because like it's been a few weeks since I watched it because I've been like I want to do other stuff sometimes than watch animes. I've been been too lazy, but I'm kind of catching up on my own pace on this one. But overall, it's probably my second favorite of this season because I really enjoy all the characters, even the teachers. Like I thought about this. But it's both the students and the teachers that are so weird in this school. I'm wondering like what kind of school is that? We got the teacher who looks like she's coming into school drunk, and we got the other one, which I think should be fired because she's too much into the students' privacy. Even filming them with the camera, yeah. But I still like them. They're still funny. Yeah. They still help with the story in a way or another. I don't think I have too much else to say. I also like, just as you say, yes, it's not focused too much on romance, but it's not a big deal here. I still think it's like it doesn't have to be romance to be a good show, and I feel like it's handled in a very good way. The humor hits for me a lot, and I will catch up to this as soon as I can. In a year, maybe we'll see. But I'm enjoying it. Yeah.
Yeah, this one for me was probably this might actually be my anime of the season when I really look at everything. And even with me saying that, I'm not going to sit here and act like this is like a masterpiece or anything like that, but I think it more so speaks to, I guess, how I felt about this season as a whole. But no, a lot of the things Ryu said, I really agree with. The characters, how lively they are, their interactions, and even like we talked about, like there hasn't really been romance. I think just for future seasons, if we do get more from what they've kind of established and what they're building on, once we assume it does go to that point or does get more, maybe a bit heavier on the romance side of things, I think what they've kind of established in this first season is really going to help with that when it does. So I really am hoping it does get more as well.
It's not the you have to realize though, like the production started really early, so it's gonna take a long while compared to the other rom-com show, Anya, which I'm pretty sure doesn't run on as much resources, at least from what I've seen.
Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, I really like the characters in this one, just individually, even their arcs that they had. Komari's probably honestly hit the most for me, I would say.
Oh yeah,
compared to the others. But I think all like a lot of the characters have their own kind of things to offer, and production side of things absolutely incredible, really good stuff. And yeah, I mean, so many times in this series, I was like, I really got a kick out of. So definitely did its job in that department too, which primarily I'd say this first season, did have some serious moments, but there was a ton of comedy in here. Which I think they
balanced I think they balanced the seriousness and the humor very well.
Yeah.
Even if not perfectly.
Yeah, I agree. And definitely has me wanting more at some point. So hopefully we do get that, because I feel like I said, what they've kind of established already, I feel like another season and more developments would be beneficial, because I feel like I'm already pretty attached to these characters. So
yeah,
that would be my thoughts. I'd probably say this is my anime of the season, but I wouldn't even with me saying that, it's not like I'm sitting here rating it, because I don't know if I'd give it a 10 out of 10. I'm probably somewhere in like maybe the 8 or 9.
I gave
range.
it like a 9. I gave it like a 9.
I'm somewhere in that range, like 8 to 9, and that would probably be this would probably be my anime of the season, maybe. But yeah, it more so speaks to this season as a whole, because usually you'd be like, oh, if this was your anime of the season, like this is like a masterpiece to you, or this is probably like a 10 out of 10. But that's not. I wouldn't really say that's the case, but.
Yeah, and for me, I don't have much to say about this, because I did drop this early on, around episode 5. I'll just say this real quick. I didn't like the humor. Honestly, the humor, when I was watching this, I remember at one point, like, I felt like the humor kind of reminded me of Konosuba's humor, with the way how like with the way like both has like a main male protagonist surrounded by these wacky ass weirdo girls, and the protagonist feels like he's the only sane one among them, and also I didn't like the characters, and then the drama, I didn't really like that as well. I couldn't find myself caring too much about it. I will say the visually it does look really nice though. I will say that. I will give it that visually the animation does look really nice. But yeah, other than that, I couldn't. I will say that this show just really wasn't for me. So that's kind of why I dropped it.
Fair. That's fair.
Yeah. DJ, did you watch this?
Mm-mm.
Gotcha.
I'm actually surprised you haven't. I'm actually like.
All I know.
I feel like this is something up your alley. Like,
all I know about the show is it was this one clip I saw that just took me out. I think it's like it was a moment with 2 people and a chocolate banana, and I was just like, "What the fuck?"
Oh
yeah.
I was just like, "No."
That must have happened early on, because I don't
So
remember.
that was the end,
that
I
was
think.
that was the last episode.
Oh yeah,
So I was like,
I didn't.
okay, no.
That's why I don't remember that.
Wasn't there a scene in the last episode too where the teacher was literally telling the teacher was literally telling Nukumizu to give the girl her his meat or something? And I was like, what? Or that might have been the second to last episode, but
Yeah, I think you posted the screenshot of that, right?
Yeah.
On Twitter? Yeah.
yeah, I was like, this teacher's a freak.
She's literally like. I think
It was funny as hell, though.
I think it was like the second and first episode, she was just talking about like it's just like the scene looks the same as you, and she mentions about how she got back in the room. I'm like, what? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, wow, yo, you just mentioned it while you just getting down with someone else? Are you like you get like no one's normal in that school? And I liked it. I liked the juxtaposition with that, with Nukumizu and all. So yeah.
No one's normal except for maybe Nukamizu.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, other than that, I think we're ready to move on now. Next up on the list, Giji Harem. You guys have any?
I enjoyed it a lot. It was good.
Yeah,
Definitely would watch again. 10 out of 10.
This one was really good. I enjoyed this one quite a bit.
I kind of enjoyed it, but I'm at the same time just like I don't have much to say about it. Sari Hiyami is automatically a window wherever she goes. So that at least that goes for me. I just feel like
they were really testing her limits with
I
this.
just feel like
They really were.
I just feel like the compare like both the manga and anime have this weird way of like where it's just kind of a panel to panel way of certain segments, and for me it's a little bit of a hit or miss. I do not know, like I'm not so sure how to compare with the manga or the anime. Sometimes the anime is a little better in some cases, some of the manga is better. I don't know which particular how to point out specific examples, but it's something that like feels like it doesn't feel as consistent as I wish it was. It wasn't all that, again, it wasn't anywhere that bad. It was just kind of like nothing too remarkable for me to speak of. It's just really nice, just a nice little wholesome show, if anything. But yeah, I don't think really anything much to talk about this one, honestly.
Yeah, for me, I'm kind of on the same boat. Like, I enjoyed it. Actually, this was one of the rom-coms that I actually enjoyed more than Days with My Stepsister. But I don't feel strongly about it. Like, it is, at the end of the day, it was just a nice rom-com full of like cute moments and just some like nice chemistry between the two main characters, Rin and Eiji. I will say though that the final episode was very satisfying.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we got it all culminated to them, finally kissing, finally getting the relationship, finally getting married, which is something that we don't see a lot. Definitely don't see a lot in romance rom-com anime.
We don't see enough of that.
Yeah, just them leading straight up to the marriage. So yeah, I gotta applaud them for that. But however, I mentioned this during the last podcast as well. One thing that does hold this show back for me is that I wish Rin had a bit more subtlety when it comes to her affection for Eiji, because I feel like so many times, I felt like so many times during the show, the show just really wants us to like force it down our throats that she really is just head over heels for Eiji. And yeah, I get it. Like you want people to think that Rin is cute and adorable, and you want to, raise the viewers, diabetes and all that, sugar intake. But still, I feel like there's just a lot of other rom-com shows that did it better when it comes to having like an adorable like female lead. However, I still enjoyed Saori Hayami's performance. I think she just did a absolutely wonderful job as Rin. Also, Nobuhiko Okamoto as well as Eiji. I think those two really, really made the show. But yeah, other than that, Giji Harem, very solid rom-com in my opinion.
Yeah, I just like to see them go through, like, I know it's only this is like, I think this is a 4-coma manga, isn't it? I think that's what it's.
Is it?
I want to say. I believe it is, but a lot of people would probably be surprised, like, oh, they kind of went through that whole, like, you see Eiji graduate, they end up getting married, like, you see them go through high school and all that together. Some people would probably be surprised if you maybe even complain that happened in the entirety of a series. But I don't know. I liked it. I really liked their dynamic and how much fun they had together. Like, I don't know, the way they bounced off of each other was like, I liked it a lot. It was really nice. Seeing them actually end up together, married at the end, was just really nice because you just don't see that happen much. But it's not like they just did it to do it, right? Like, it's not like they just got married to get married. It's like you actually felt that progression there. So it didn't like feel just like, oh, they kind of rushed it or they did this out of nowhere. I don't know. I really did enjoy this series. It's really fun. So yeah, this is one of my favorites probably of the season as well, up there with the previous one that we talked about. I don't feel as highly about it as I did Makeine, but I did. This was one of my favorites for sure.
Gotcha. All right, and Anna Paul, I know you dropped this show early on, so I'm guessing you don't have much to say about this.
I will say a little bit though. Yeah, I watched 2 episodes and then I dropped it because, like, first of all, I think the romance at the start at least was very rushed because from my point of view, he just wanted to talk to Cool-chan or Sundari-chan and everything, and suddenly she was head over heels for him. I thought it was very weird. And every time he has to say like, oh, I want to know what Sundari-chan thinks, I'm like, oh, so annoyed with that. So I just couldn't get into that. I dropped it very fast. One interesting thing though that someone told me was that in the original source material, they're actually coupled from the start. That's something they didn't show in the anime. So that could explain a lot why she was already head over heels from the start. But in this case, when they're not a couple and he's like, oh, let's talk to Cool-chan. Oh, I'm in love with him. I'm like, oh, I can't. So no, this wasn't for me. I dropped it. I did not look back after that.
Ouch. Deja, do you have any thoughts on this?
Well, I mean, to me, the ending was like satisfying. I do get on why you kind of dropped it. I mean, there was a point where I was possibly going to drop it, but at the same time, because of the fact is, I liked the chemistry a lot. I thought it was cute and wholesome and such. I mean, it was good. I enjoyed it a lot. I would say something else, but I'm going to keep that to myself.
Okay. All right. Other than that, I think we're ready to move on now. Next up on the list, the Elusive Samurai. Now,
I'm not caught up on this one, actually.
I'm definitely
But
curious.
we can still talk about it.
I don't know what it was with this, but I really liked it at the start. Like, initially, the first, like, I don't know, first episode or two. But I don't know. I just lost so much interest in this, and it just kind of became something that was just like there.
It felt like Demon Slayer 2.0.
Oh, this is that.
Holy shit! Holy shit!
It did feel like Demon Slayer, like all the weird villains that had were all like demons.
Okay.
And
First of all,
it felt like a very much great creativity with some of the animation. That was fire. Okay.
Dude, like I remember in the first episode, that's something that still vividly sticks out to me. Like when they cut off the dude's head and it transitioned.
There's no denying or downplaying the effort in that regard. Let's just get that out of the way. The problem with the story itself and the characters, it's all because of one thing. Why are you inserting all this humor into
that got old. That got so old.
When he lost all his family and the whole city, and he's like making
and then all of a sudden this boom comedy, like, are you kidding me? That just turned me off entirely. And I'm just sitting there just like, God damn it. I can't take anything seriously. Like they're up against it. They're about to die. It's like, oh, I don't even feel anything because they're just like, are you kidding me?
Still remember, he was like all confused in the city. Everything was burned down, and he's just, let's crack a joke here.
Like what the hell? It could be even worse than Demon Slayer in that regard. And that's saying a lot because, like,
I mean, if I'm gonna be honest, it does feel like the show itself was a lot like a typical shonen, I think, especially with Demon Slayer.
Yeah.
I don't think
We
Demon
got this
Slayer
show-
really had any of those types of moments from at least
Yeah, that's
from
why I
what
say.
remember.
Yeah, that's why I say it's probably even worse in a way. Because
Mm.
you're trying to smash it in all the time. Remember, these are guys getting. You have guys just getting chopped left, right, blood spewed, decapitate, heads rolling over, guts spilled. Like, and you want to crack comedy? Are you kidding me? That's not. This isn't it. This isn't it.
Yeah.
I know people are gonna praise it, but you're only you're only praising this shit for the animation. We're not praising this shit for
Well,
the
except for some
actual
of the
story.
CGI moments, but
Oh, ew. We don't touch
the
this.
horses. Yeah,
The horse battles. Which, to
Yeah,
be
that was
fair,
it.
I mean, that stuff is
I'm
hard.
sup-
Yeah,
Freaking
to
Yeah,
be
but
fair,
I'm-
yeah.
The
I'm
horse
still
battles
surprised
is-
though
the-
because it's still. Sorry, I'm still surprised though because it's Cloverworks. I've seen they've done way better CGI than that, but it's the
Oh,
way
yeah.
it is. One thing that I want to mention though that I that I still thought was kind of interesting that we had two villains, the guy with the good eyes and the guy with the good ears, and when they teamed up together, that was like the only thing that was missing was the Dragon Ball fusion, right? So they
Oh,
the
Yeah.
ultimate
Fusion?
consensus.
they missed.
yeah.
They missed. Oh yeah, they missed out on that one. But yeah,
I
I
honestly
couldn't
don't have
feel
much
like
to say.
I wanted to get this some. I wanted to feel some. You know what? Looking at looking at the manga score on Mao, or even on Analyst if you want to look at it, y'all can understand why this is pretty. That story is pretty ass. I'm sorry. Like look at the score and then compare it to the anime. You know
Oh, the
what
anime
why
definitely
it's-
elevated it.
Yeah,
Because I have
but
not
that's-
heard much positivity around the the material.
It's interesting though
You
because
probably would
making
not even hear. I'm pretty sure most people would not even have heard of this, even though it was in Shonen Jump, until the anime was actually announced, and
It's
then
very
people
interesting.
started talking about it. And
Only
not
reason
even
I
just-
heard about this was because it was from the creator of Assassination Classroom.
Mm-hmm.
he stepped down too much on that one.
That's
It's interesting.
Doesn't that's usually the trend though? That's usually what happens. Like creator come out with a said series, and then that series ends. They try to do another one, and it's like they never kind of hit that level again. I feel like that
Yeah.
happens quite a bit.
That happens way too often.
Hmm
It's interesting though because this one making reactions for this one, I did it for a few episodes. They got a lot of views actually. They got a lot of views. So some people were actually pretty excited for this one apparently.
Alright, that's because not a lot of people are reacting to this, and you're probably one of the first ones.
Maybe, but even then, I don't see that kind of hype.
That's
well.
true.
I don't have much to say actually about this one.
This one for me easily became like the animation production couldn't make up for the characters and just the story.
Not at
and
all.
Comedic.
Not at all.
Yeah, comedy was not good. Like even like, yeah, it could be the placement, but I just think the comedy in general just wasn't really hitting. Like even if it was placed better, I don't know if I would have felt any different about it.
I don't think it matters because it's just like why are you placing it why are you placing all of that in a place where like people are like where it's supposed to be more mature, like you're literally in that sort of era in history where like is rider
It didn't make you feel like it was serious.
Yeah,
like like honestly, like the stuff that was happening
we keep forgetting like these guys are getting chopped left and right and happen. Like they're not gonna effing resurrect or anything to try to tell a joke again unless they didn't want unless if the author wants to do it, but no, he didn't.
A lot of the budget went for the OP and ED. I think those were very nice actually.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
The ending was actually pretty. Had a lot of personality to it. If I remember correctly.
With the bus.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Right.
I as someone who actually put this in my top 5 actually squarely at number 5. First of all, I will say I completely understand the criticisms around the comedy, and to be honest, I kind of have to agree. Yeah, like the comedy, like I really wished it could have been better, at least better placed. However, I do feel like I feel like it wasn't as egregious as it was during the second half of the show. But still, though, yeah, the comedy is probably one of the main drawbacks for me. Also, I feel like the villains in this show exist squarely to develop Tokiyuki and the main protagonists, because I hate to use this type of terminology, because I feel like it's used a lot when it comes to. Well, I feel like people use this a lot when they describe villains they don't like, but the villains are kind of cartoonish, cartoonishly evil. Which, I mean, I don't want to say it, but like, but it kind of felt that way at points. But other than that, I really did enjoy the show to an extent. Yes, the animation was just so good. It was really, really good. I feel like they explored multiple different styles at multiple different points during the show, and that's something I really liked. I really liked how when animators can just they can kind of go wild. They can kind of take their own liberties when it comes to certain scenes. And they can kind of animate certain scenes in their own different style, in their own different way. And I really enjoyed that. One example that really comes to mind, I think it was around episode 6 with Tokiyuki and Gemba. They were hiding in the forest from the samurai, and it shows the trees they were hiding behind. It transitions to the guy's legs, and once it stomps, it instantly cuts to him. And I think the way it was done, it was really good. I really liked the transition. Also, in that very same episode, we saw, oh man, I already forgot his name. But the main villain, we saw this absolutely this trippy mind fuck, with the visuals and how when he decapitated all those people, the blood splatters. I think the blood splatters kind of transitioned into spider lily flowers, which of course, as we know, is a symbol of death. So yeah, I think I really enjoyed that as well. The animation, top tier. I also really like the dynamic between Tokiyuki and the other protagonists, his retainers. I think they have this is just really wonderful chemistry. I think in general, the characters are just so likable. And yeah, I also really like the action as well. Honestly, I'm just really a suck. Also, the historical fiction setting. Honestly, I'm just a sucker for historical fiction, and that's probably why I'm watching Blue Wolves and Orb in the fall season, because both of them have historical context behind it. So yeah, I really like the historical fiction setting as well. Also, I feel like a lot of the action and is focused on actual battle tactics samurai could probably use, or I probably have used in history. So yeah, other than that, Elusive Samurai, I really wish the humor was placed better. There's also a lot of other problems with the show, but I still really enjoyed it. However, I will say, definitely not as good as Assassination Classroom, which sucks for me to say, because Assassination Classroom is one of my favorite anime of all time. I really wish it could have lived up to the hype, but I just didn't feel that way. But yeah, other than that, any final thoughts? Or are we ready to move on?
I think we can move on.
Yeah, I think we move on.
Yeah, I'm not watching the next one, so I'm gonna make some dinner. I will be back for Shoshimin Series.
I don't have anything to say about Dimensional Seduction.
Yeah, next up on the list is 2.5 Dimensional Seduction.
Hold on.
I know nothing about that.
I know it's like a real ecchi series.
It's
It's just.
I mean, I don't even know. It might be giving it too much credit.
Ooh.
But I don't know. I do like the cosplay aspect and how it's actually pretty serious about it, and what goes into it, and kind of competition and pushing pushing one another that are in the same like work as you, and like how rivalry or like competition brings out the best, even when it's something to do with cosplay, like wanting to perfect your craft. I do like that's probably the sole thing that I really appreciate about the series. But I mean, aside from that, it's honestly really not much to discuss. I'm gonna be honest.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so I think oh wait, this one's not even done yet. It's like 2 cores.
Really?
Yeah, it's 2 cores.
Wow. I did not know that.
Yeah, so I really don't have much else to say. This one's just very meh.
Yeah, I feel like the discussion for the series probably would have been healthier if Mad Lad was here, because I know he's watching this. But yeah,
and it's not something where like yeah, there's some like the characters are like you know, it can be pretty revealing sometimes, but it's not something where it's like you're like, because I know there's been series for me where it's like, okay, like this story is pretty ass, the characters are ass, and but at least there's some ecchi, so I would watch it for that.
At least
but this yeah, but like this isn't even like, I don't know. It's not all in your face like all the time, like how most ecchi series are. Like I don't know. But to be fair, these characters do give a little more than probably your traditional, this generic harem ecchi or whatever. Which this isn't really like a harem, but yeah, I don't really have much to say on this one. It's pretty meh.
So basically what you're saying is that even though the characters are ass, at least they have ass.
Yeah.
At least they show ass.
I guess.
But yeah, other than that, okay, I guess we can move on now. Next up,
back.
All I heard was ass.
See, Ryu, this is what you've been missing during the last couple of podcasts.
Yeah, you've been missing ass and wet rags.
Oh,
you just missed me going
wet washcloths,
saying unhinged shit. This is why you should get into the podcast more often.
Yeah, it's just more of me just trying to deal with the heat. Like, Jesus Christ, this fucking triple digits here over here.
Yeah, you live in California, right?
Yeah. Your background's fogging up. No, I'm kidding.
California's so humid, even his room is fogging up. All right. Other than that, I guess we can move on now. Next up on the list is Shoshimin Series.
Shoshimin.
This one I particularly liked. I'm not gonna.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna
I
try
like
to
this
rep
one.
it. I'm not gonna try to rep it though. I get it's kind of niche. It's not Hyoka, but I will take the direction for what it is, because it's still got that similar charm to it. It's a little bit of a little bit more of an inherent mystery though, as you know, compared to Hyoka though, because with Hyoka, like, the stakes aren't really that high. It's kind of like an everyday sort of thing, but yet it's able to develop. It was one of my favorite shows from Kyo Annie. Like, probably arguably one of the best animated directed from them, even today. And there's something about the aesthetics of that I particularly liked as well, compared to the more recent projects. Is this Shoshimin doesn't have that sort of benefit, but the direction you can clearly see, like, they did put some thought into it. Like, I like the way that having the aspect ratio actually makes things have a lot more space. So certain scenes will stand out on purpose to frame how they are, especially with how Osana and Kobato are. And it's kind of interesting how things are, kind of develop, like, because you get the notion, like, Osana is not like, they're not normal in one way or another. And the way I see it is that they try to be they want to be normal, right? They go into this little agreement. But in a way, but because of how they kind of, you know, how they are with Kobato, it's just kind of like this sort of, I guess, the habit of wanting to solve things. And then there's, of course, you know, Osanai, like, she seems innocent until you realize, like, how she plays up a lot of things. The most recent, the last segment of Core 1. I'm actually glad it's getting part 2, by the way.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
thank
yeah.
God.
That
Dude, if it would have ended like that and no season 2 or like no sign,
I would have been
like, oh hell no.
angry.
I would have been furious.
Because you don't end it like that. But yeah, like that was crazy. Like I know I figured, like, even me having watched this, I was like, oh, she probably just knows what's gonna happen to her. No, she organized everything.
Yeah,
she organized everything.
Organized her own kidnapping.
This is literally fucking Eisen levels of planning, and that's crazy.
Jesus.
And I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
This girl's insane. She's literally the wolf. She's literally the wolf.
Wolf in sheep's clothing.
Kobato's the fox is trying to guide the wolf to along the way, but the fox realizes that they cannot handle the wolf all the time, and like you think like, oh, like Osa's they're gonna hurt them anyway, but no, she probably are like, in a way she trusts that Kobato was going to find her, but at the same time you can't help but like think, what if Kobato did not do it? Like you think that, oh, Osan is just going to be in danger, but you can't, like, from a logical standpoint. But in the back of your mind, you're like, what if it's not the case? What if she pulled some shit? It felt like she could have just murked those bullies if she wanted to. That's the kind of demeanor she gave at the time.
That's what I thought
So
at first.
That's what I mean. I wouldn't put it against. I wouldn't put out the possibility that the author would have went that way if they wanted to.
Yeah.
And I guess that also, associates with their separation, despite the initial separation, despite the agreement. I'm pretty sure they'll probably try to come back together, but I don't know. But like, I like how it is done. Like, yeah, they try to be ordinary, but it doesn't. Their perception of what's supposed to be ordinary is different from what normal people are. So no matter how things go, they can't come to a compromise if they both aren't normal. So they have to. So that's why in my opinion, I think that's why and at the end they went their separate ways to try to come together with someone normal. Because as long
as they're around each other, they're not gonna reach that goal that they want to.
Yeah. But it may not work out the way they want, of course, from the way it feels like. But we'll see. We'll see in part 2 whenever that comes out. And
the thing that I really, and I was probably like the direction that helped a lot, and just.
I forgot the direction. You think they're in that one particular area, but they're not. They're just kind of imagining it. It feels something like how Shaft does it.
Exactly. I remember when I was watching, I was like,
that's why
like Monogotari.
That's the draw for it. That's why it can be confusing, but like, oh yeah, they're doing this shit on purpose. They're putting themselves in that spot
position,
to resolve that mystery. It's a little sometimes a little confusing to follow, but you get where they're going with it, at least.
Like I don't know. I applaud this series a lot for like just what probably a lot of people would be like, okay, this is the dumbest mystery ever. but for them to be like, for me at least, I feel like most of them were like, I was just still so engaged by like what I was watching. And I feel like the direction does play a part in that, but also like I feel like it has to speak to the characters too. Because there were just like some of these episodes, especially like the hot cocoa one, where I'm like, what the hell am I watching?
When they put the part, when they put the part where like, oh, you put the hot milk in the fridge, I'm like, no fucking way.
But yeah, like you're watching it, like what the hell am I watching? But you're also like interested, like you're engaged, or at least I was like, I really want to see how this stupid thing goes, like how it ends up.
Like, by the way, guys, don't do that if you don't want to get kicked out. If you don't want to get kicked out, man.
Oh, trust me, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people out there that know all too well not to freaking microwave entire cartons.
Isn't it? Yeah, you don't but it's just like, but I could get like, some people will just be quick here. It's like, oh, I'm just gonna put it right there. The best part is when they put it in the fridge when it's not supposed to, because you know what happens when you put hot food in the fridge.
I really like this one though. I'm curious, like I know we mentioned the how they ended it. I'm curious how, because in my mind I'm like, dude, there's no way they could go a season or apart without them being like together in some capacity. But like if they really do go through with that, I'm curious how that's gonna, like, are they gonna do a thing where like, oh, maybe they try this and it doesn't work out and then they end up just back together somehow? Or is it gonna be a thing where like, okay, maybe they do spend a certain amount of time with these new characters and like maybe then they come back together based off of what they learned or like what they like, through that experience, like maybe they come back together with kind of like a fresh air in a way. I'm kind of curious with that.
Maybe like they try to do their own things.
Yeah.
But trying to experience them doesn't work out. Like maybe they're thinking, oh, that's not what I felt like it should. Like, sure, this perception of ordinary makes sense from what the other person that they associate with is like, from their standpoint, like it makes sense. But it's not something I like or desire. And whether or not that will resolve into them coming back and trying to figure things out on their own, try to look at things or approach things more differently. That's another possibility that could happen. We'll see. I mean, I would still expect the usual mundane mystery solving, but I am interested in that sort of development wherever that comes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for me, this was actually one of my top 3 of the summer season, squarely at number 3. Honestly, like I mentioned this before. I think I also mentioned this before, or in the last podcast at least. But I just really like how the show can just get me invested in the most mundane shit. Like the whole second episode was about them trying to figure out what Kengo did with the hot cocoa. Like that, or like I think episode 4 where they were trying to figure out what happened to the 5th pastry. Like that type of thing, shit. Like it's inconsequential. Like it's so insignificant in concept, but for some reason I just can't help but love the way like the mystery goes. I just can't help but just be very invested in how they try to put the pieces together and try to come up with the answer or like as to how it happened.
It's just so funny. It's like, wait, I'm missing something. I can't quite figure this out. And all of a sudden I was like, oh, I did this.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, what?
Oh, like the payoff for some of this mystery is just so good. It's just so funny. I think
though, like it's not everyone's cup of tea though.
I get it.
Be real here.
Yeah, I get like if you're the type of person that's looking for like more significant cases when it comes to the mystery, like you're not gonna like this. But for me,
you don't. I don't think that's what you're supposed to expect from the series. I feel like that is something you expect from a series with a different set of characters and personalities all together. Not something like here. At least that's how I feel about it.
Yeah, I think for me, though, like even though the mysteries are like so insignificant and mundane, I think what does it for me is the way it's shot and how like it's still like it still leaves a little clues even for the viewers. Like you can kind of start forming your own answers as to how it could possibly happen, Like it doesn't outright make it obvious right away. And it all just kind of it slowly leads to the payoff at the end of the episode, or maybe even in the next episode. And I think that's something I really like about it when it comes to that show. Also, yeah, like the visuals, beautiful, the way it was shot, like it straight up reminds me, like when they go to when it immediately cuts to them, the characters, Kobato and Asanai, being in different places in like different settings. Like it immediately reminds me of like Monogotari or something like that. Like even though this isn't a Shaft anime. Also, I just really like the chemistry between Kobato and Asanai. I think those two are really just like a dynamic duo. And yeah, well, I'm really hoping they get back together soon.
I just hope we don't need to wait too long.
Yeah, I hope we don't wait too long either. Honestly, I really hope we get to like a point where Kobato was like, okay, this is bullshit. Like this whole trying to be ordinary thing, like being ordinary doesn't have to mean we gotta restrict the things that we.
But being ordinary doesn't mean we have to go with how with
how society perceives us.
Yeah, because I think there's a subjectivity of like what's normal, and I don't think it's like as clear cut as it is. Like if one's normal could be under someone else's unnormal, I guess. So and then vice versa.
Yeah, we see that during the episode. We see that during the show. Like Kobato, even though he prowls on how he wants to be normal, like there are points where like you can tell he still loves being a detective. He still loves solving mysteries. Also, like as you mentioned, Asanai is just a wolf in sheep's clothing. That's what I like about her, and that's why like when that one dude in the last episode wants to ask her out and all that and wants to like spend time with her, I'm like, no, bro, you don't know what you're getting into. You just go back now. That is a sweet demon that you have.
This is the same girl that literally says, "Oh, maybe we should put this person down," like so casually too.
Yeah,
and it's such a very
literally orchestrated her own kidnapping. Like, bro doesn't know what he's getting himself into.
You know what would be interesting if like I just thought of this, like if because I was mentioning earlier about like how maybe the direction they go with the second season. I was thinking like, okay, what if they spend time with these two new characters who are quote unquote normal, and they spend some time on that, and then it's like, okay, like being normal fucking sucks. Yeah. like let's just not be normal. Like they change their minds on being normal. Like I could see them doing maybe something like that. That would be kind of cool.
Speaking of new characters, I don't know if you guys remember this, but I think back in the third episode, like near the end, like they focused on this one dude, like, and it seemed like he was gonna play like a big part of this season, but then they never brought him up again. So
he might show up.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm wondering, like, okay, is he actually going to be like significant character later on, or was that going to be?
It's probably a teaser at this point. We don't know for sure, like how involved or not it's going to be. For all we know, it could just be Kobato and Asanai is just doing their thing, except they're separate and just doing it with someone else at the moment. Sorry, pause. That sounded wrong.
But yeah, I just found it weird how he was kind of like never brought up again after that episode. But yeah, other than that, Shoshimin Series is just, I found it just really enjoyable. It's just a really enjoyable mystery series for me. Yeah, I really hope we don't have to wait too long for like some sort of continuation. But yeah, Anipode, I know you also dropped this early on.
Yeah,
do you
my
have
seasonal hot take. Yeah, so first of all, I haven't spoken about this one in a while, so the whole anger and hatred I had back then is faded away a bit, but I still want to say my thoughts. I think, first of all, very overhyped show, because you guys mentioned that you enjoy
overhyped. Honestly, I would say it's
overpraised, maybe. I would say, at least. Because here's the thing. I know you guys like the whole mundane situation with the hot chocolate and everything. I hated it so much. First, I remember the first episode. I was like, I didn't feel too much. I was like, we're gonna see what happens. I remember just them dropping the tarts or whatever, and the stolen bike, and the handbag that I think they were looking for, which I didn't really care about. And then we come to the second episode, the masterpiece hot chocolate episode, and I remember watching it, and I just sat like, oh, I was so frustrated with that episode, and I felt like I just wasted 25 episodes of 25 minutes of my life for that episode. I I I didn't like it. There was some part after that I forgot. I think they brought the guy with the stolen bicycle back a little bit, but then we got to the next episode, which was the whole habanero sauce episode. And I remember the main guy, they were all tasting the habanero sauce. And then he said something like, "Oh, we just found out that habanero sauce is spicy." And I'm like, "No shit, Sherlock. You didn't." And yeah, that was actually the nail in the coffin for me. That episode, I dropped it after that. And I maybe it got better after that. And I would say I'm not going to roast it too much anymore because I'm kind of
You
moving on
know,
to the fall season now.
I
But I
think
did want the.
I think the way it was worded is because the thing is just some people like may not be like, yeah, they'll just hear about habanero being spicy, but they don't know how, like, to what sort of scope, what kind of level, and then when they finally do it, it's just like, oh, it is spicy.
He just
That's what I feel like was that's what I think was what was being said there. Not an actual realization of like, oh, it is like, oh, we I just discovered peppers are spicy. No, I don't think it's more like a realization like, oh, it is hot. Oh, this is hot. I just thought like, oh, it's just hot, just normal sauce. And like, no, it's not. That's what I felt like was said there. Not a case of like where they just were completely unaware about spiciness in general.
Yeah. But I have nothing else to say, actually. As I said, it's been a while since I talked about it. I don't sit here anymore and think like, oh, this show, it's faded away a bit
Yeah.
for me. It probably would have been more if I was in the first podcast, but for now, it's like we have a new season going on. I'm not thinking
Might
about
as well
this one
not dwell
anymore.
too much on it.
Yeah.
DJ, you watching this?
No.
All right. All right. Other than that, I think we're ready to move on now. Next up on the list, Senpai is in a Otokonoko. And this is actually my AOTS.
Really?
Yeah. But I'm gonna let you I think I might let you guys go first. If you guys have any thoughts on it.
I can start on this one actually because I'm on the same level as you. Not anime of the season for me, but I really enjoy this one. The criticism I've heard so far is that the cross-dressing part wasn't done in a good way. I disagree on that. I think it was handled in a very mature way. I think it was, the whole reason was, for him to be who he wants to be accepted for who he is, and I think that was handled very well. I liked many of the drama. I actually liked many of the comedy as well. I know some people were criticizing the comedy, and I can understand that too. But for me, I kind of like the comedy too. Um, I would think we also talked about the mother in the last episode, but she actually got some kind of redemption arc. I would say at the end at
Yeah.
least. Um, Also, I gotta say, I really liked his grandfather. Like, wow, like even I want to spend time at his place. That was so comfortable, his place. But yeah, I'm not the one who usually goes too deep into thoughts in these podcasts. As you can see, I'm usually just a few minutes. But this has been a big surprise for me. Now, the one thing I guess I wasn't a big fan of, even though it wasn't as a big deal for me later on, was that they overly done the chibi moment sometimes, I
Yeah.
think. But it was something that wasn't really put to my attention too much at the end. Um, I also want to say, like I like all three of them. I forgot their names, but the three of them and their chemistry together, and especially I think Aoi got her moments. Like for example, when she ran with his clothes, which he threw away, and her
Yeah.
own drama regarding her mom and her dad, which is pretty much a workaholic, and yeah, she has it rough. Uh, but yeah,
Seems like
this one, yeah,
the
sorry,
movie is. I was gonna say, seems like the movie's gonna focus more on her, on
could be,
Saki. Yeah.
could be, because
But
I feel like I forgot what the main guy is called, but I feel like his story is kind of completed because now he and his mom is getting along, which apparently was all because of his grandfather, which actually makes more sense now.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Although I think she was very much overreacting. I still remember when he was like, "Well, I want," when he was telling his mom like, "I want to dress as a girl," and she almost got a heart attack. Had to go
like
to
Yeah.
bed.
it was
Yeah.
like so over dramatic.
Yeah,
And the
Yeah.
scene earlier in the series where she was like sitting at the table in the
It's-
The
dark
yeah,
handkerchief.
with the handkerchief. I was like, what?
yeah. But at least she improved later on. I just wish like he had a very supportive dad though, but
Yeah.
still find it weird that the dad didn't speak with his wife about this. Um, but it's the way it is. But yeah, overall, I would say surprise of the season for me. This one, I really really enjoyed this one. So yeah, I gave it an 8 out of 10 actually.
Nice.
So yeah, I'm leaving it at that.
Nice.
Yeah, this one I guess the thing I enjoyed the most about it was the fact of like handling, like accepting someone for who they are, and not fetishizing the cross-dressing thing, because I feel like more often than not, like when you have a series like this or a character like this, it gets like they don't actually like focus on kind of the troubles that comes around it. And so I do like how this series did handle that, but it kind of, I lost interest when they started like, I'm not a big fan of like the love triangle just in general, to be honest.
Mm.
And especially when it focused on the Ryuji and Makoto, like when they were dating and stuff, and then they like broke up in like half an episode or whatever the hell it was, like, and then they like patched things up or tried to patch things up again or whatever. I kind of lost interest there a bit. So that kind of brought it a bit down for me, but overall, this one was solid for me. It was all right. I don't feel too strongly about it, but I didn't dislike it really. But I do appreciate, especially the kind of content, the touchy kind of content matter it's tackling. To the way it did handle it, I really did like. And it was really surprising, actually. The grandpa was like, what, a cross-dresser himself?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because, like, you know how old people are? Like, a lot of old people, they're, like, old school, and they're, like, no, none of that cross-dressing shit. You're going to be a man, or you're going to be a woman, or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
so I was surprised. I was like, because I remember the episode where they kind of hinted at it, where I think his dad gave him the thing to like go to his grandfather's or whatever or something like that, and I was like, wait, don't tell me, is the grandpa actually? I was like so surprised by that, because I feel like that's such a thing that's just really like uncommon, especially for like someone like that older. And just how usually older people think, like they're not really open-minded, I guess. More often than not, I feel like nowadays a lot more things are becoming more people are becoming open-minded and more accepting, which is a good thing. But yeah, that was probably the thing I was most impressed with, was how they handled that with Makoto and the cross-dressing. But in terms of like the love triangle and I don't know. I could do without the romance, I guess, aspect of it personally. I didn't feel as strongly with that. And I actually, funny enough, you guys mentioned the chibi stuff. I actually liked the chibi stuff. I thought it was really cute.
Mm.
more often than not. sometimes, yeah, overstayed its welcome probably, or popped up too much, or the timing of it. But like overall, I'd still liked it. But yeah, this one I'm just kind of in the middle on. I think I gave it like a 6, 7 out of 10, somewhere in there. So
yeah, for me, even though it's my anime season, like I don't think I'm gonna talk too much about it because I literally went on like a 10-minute tangent in the last podcast.
We talked about it a lot.
especially me. So if anything, like I'm probably just gonna give like a brief like summary of what I already talked about in the last podcast. But yeah, this show, I just think this is just a really well-written show. I love how each of our 3 main characters, they kind of have like their own unique issues, like this series tackles. We have Makoto and his cross-dressing and him trying to figure out his own identity and him trying to, like, the struggles he went through, as well as him trying to gain acceptance from his own mother. And we also have Ryuji, who has conflicting feelings, and that's putting it lightly, especially when he starts falling in love with his own childhood friend, and he has his own conflict as well, because, like, you know, confessing your feelings to your own childhood friend, that's incredibly difficult, especially when your childhood friend is of the same sex. And we also got, and I will say, like, the whole romance between Makoto and Ryuji, like, I still can't believe this show got me rooting for a BL romance. That's something like I never thought in a million years would happen, but this show managed to pull it off for me. Also, we also got Aoi's struggles as well. She doesn't know if she actually, like, even though she confessed her feelings back in the first episode, we don't know. She wonders if she actually is attracted to Makoto. And also we got the whole thing surrounding her parents as well. Her trying to reconcile things with her mom, who left her at an early age. Also with her dad, who isn't in her life all that much because he's more focused with whales. He cares more about whales than his own daughter. So yeah, I really like how this show tackles the issues with each character. Also, speaking of which, the whole thing surrounding Makoto's mom, yeah, she really did overreact a lot when it comes to Makoto's cross-dressing. Although I will say, though, I do like how she is starting to slowly accept who Makoto is and his cross-dressing habits. One thing I will say, though, I remember after watching episode 11, at first I thought it was hinting at the fact that the whole reason why why she disapproves so much of Makoto's cross-dressing is because of some unresolved trauma. And I was really hoping it wasn't going to go that route, because I thought it was going to be more interesting and realistic if she was just a simple bigot. But as it turns out, that's exactly what she is, a simple bigot, because the whole thing surrounding her own father cross-dressing, she just disapproves of it right from the get-go. Like, there's no tragic backstory behind it. There's no unresolved trauma. Nope. She just doesn't like men that cross-dress. And honestly, while that sounds really shallow and even though that sounds really shallow and like half-assed, I actually kind of like that. Because first of all, I think we've seen too many instances in anime where, like, the anime tries to force some sympathetic backstory for a character to try and make you feel sorry for them, even though they haven't really deserved it. I'm glad that's not exactly the case here. Also, I mentioned this before in the podcast, but you know, it's her disapproval of cross-dressing, even though while exaggerated, her reactions are exaggerated, it's something that it's not too far off from reality. We've seen a lot of conservatives that are just like, they really dislike cross-dressers and trans people. It's not just a Japan thing, it's a thing with parents and adults all across the world, especially in the US. So I really like the fact that they tackled that aspect of her, and how, you know, Makoto has to really try and hope to win her approval. If I had to list one con one drawback, one thing I didn't like with this series is this. I feel like this series does have quite a bit of like misunderstandings, and I'm never a fan of like drama or comedy that revolves around misunderstandings. So I wasn't really a fan of it in this series either. But I am glad that they resolved it pretty quickly. But yeah, also I found it weird that this is considered a romance show, romance anime, because I feel like it wasn't really that big of a focus in the show, because it kind of like the whole thing surrounding Makoto and Ryuji, it kind of sunk near the end. That relationship kind of sunk, and also I don't think Aoi really has any feelings for either of the guys. So also, I really do think this show is more focused on Makoto and the issues surrounding Ryuji and Aoi. And yeah, I think that's another thing I really like about this show is that even though this show tackles has themes of main character find their own identity, main character, and like themes of self-acceptance. That's something we've seen quite a bit of in other anime. I get that. But the way the show tackles it with cross-dressing and Makoto's cross-dressing and like with the other characters, I think it's something that's not done at all. That's something that we don't see at all in any other type of anime. And that's something I really appreciate when it comes to this series. So yeah, other than that, Senpai's Otokonoko, my unexpected anime of the season. I just love how well written it is and how it tackles cross-dressing and other aspects. So yeah, overall really really freaking good show. Honestly, I think I would recommend this to those in the cross-dressing and trans community, because I think Makoto especially deals with a lot of issues that many people in that community would find relatable. So yeah, that's pretty much it for me. Ryu, I know you're not.
Watch.
Oh, what was that?
I might have to watch. Like, oh.
Yeah, I would definitely recommend it. Now, Ryu, I know you're not too crazy about this show.
No. First of all, it's not like I really have anything to say about it because it's not something I find memorable. Frankly, I don't remember. It's to the point where I just don't like none of the stuff is even memorable it's remarkably memorable for me to where I want to point out specific things. That's how
You did mention like the nuance. I and Kawaii Crew had struggled to understand what you meant with the nuance.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean,
I don't know how to probably explain it because it's more of how it felt it's a personal feeling of where it's just like it's some stuff, some of the stuff, the way the drama is handled feels really cheap or just really forced in one way or another. And I certainly don't like the love triangle in a place where it doesn't even feel like romance isn't even a thing to begin with. I'm like, why even have that? I'm down with if there's one positive thing, I'm not against the whole deal with cross-dressing at all. But I will say it's not a particular concept I'm fond of. I really can't find myself interested in that aspect. I don't hate it. I'm just not very interested in it. And this is project number 9, the studio project number 9, and they're not really known for making particularly visually impressive shows. This is just average. So this is just average. I feel like there's a reason why they resort to a lot of chibi humor, which annoyed me more than it should. For what it's worth. There's a lot of, and I think I've talked about this with Makeine, the whole thing with needing communication. I don't think they do enough of that. And you mentioned about the stuff with the drama and the the misunderstandings. Yeah, I don't like. Yeah, this is one of those things that really off put me to where like I don't like how it's done here. I'm not saying that it can be done. It can't be done well, but I don't think they did it particularly well here. And regardless of how you wring your head around it, it's not one that really, has me engaged either. It's like, oh great, here we go again, sort of deal. I especially don't like the one in particular. I don't like the mom either. I just don't. I don't even feel like anybody. She's in. I don't feel like any of the characters feel like they really progressed, or like if they did, it's not in a way that I feel like it's earned for me personally. It just feels like it just comes as the drama. It just comes with the drama itself, as opposed to them having an agenda, having like an own agenda for themselves. It just doesn't feel whatever is there just doesn't feel authentic to me. But if it works for other people, fine. That's perfectly fine. And at this point, I'm sure I don't mind being in the minority for this. I'm pretty sure it's 100% the case. But it's just something I can't say anything particularly positive, say anything to really give it much the benefit of doubt. It's just one of those shows that just isn't there. It just isn't there for me. There spiritually, physically, mentally, whatever you call it. It's just there, and I just watch it, and I just watch it, and I just watch the episode for forget it, like with later that day. That's how like a days ago that experience was for me with this. And the upcoming movie, I don't know if that's gonna help or not. I doubt it at this point. That's all I really gotta say. I don't really have like if I want to be honest, I don't really intend to have any strong opinions for it to begin with. It's just there. It's just forgettable for me.
Gotcha. All right. Other than that, I think we can move on now. Next up on the list is The Magical Girl and the Evil Lieutenant. Another very nice, very beautiful show, actually. Also, another very nice rom-com.
Yeah, visually wise, it was really nice. Production wise, I thought it was really cute. Personally, short. It's like shorter episodes, so I feel like I don't really have as much to say about it. But it was really enjoyable. Sometimes it got a little like, especially like the cat, whatever Mitsukai or whatever its name was, like. The thing was like talking about like groping the girl and stuff. I was like,
yeah.
What? I was like, that was a little unsettling at times. But besides that, I mean, this show really at times was, I mean, even besides that, like I feel like this show was like low key, like horny sometimes.
Damn.
It was. I mean, honestly, but. I still thought like the interactions between Byakuya and Miro were really cute, and the production certainly helped a lot. It was very beautiful to look at. The OP is probably one of my favorite OPs from this season. I really liked the OP for this one, and yeah, it's kind of interesting that there was like some of the staff from like Bunko Stray Dogs that worked on this series.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
like even the director showed up. The director of Bunko Stray Dogs showed up on one of these episodes and I think was in charge of like storyboarding like one of the episodes or something like that, which is like really cool. But yeah, I think this show was fun. I don't think it's anything really to like go crazy about, but I think there was some nice moments and it's pretty cute. And like Byakuya is adorable. And I wish we would have I think we touched on this more in the previous podcast where like we can obviously like tell fully that like Mira is like, you know, head over heels for
Yeah.
Byakuya. But on the flip side, it feels like yeah, there were some times here and there, but at least on the level of like Mira, I feel like he like heavily outweighed like her when it came to like the romantic like feelings towards each other. Like obviously we knew they both felt like certain way towards each other romantically, but I feel like Byakuya maybe could have showed it more. Or
Yeah, it was very one-sided.
yeah, so that is something I would have liked to see more, but also with the type of character, like her kind of personality, in a way, I guess it kind of makes sense. Because I feel like she is more. I feel like she is more like reserved, than Mira. But this one was fun. I enjoyed it. I don't really have much else to say. I don't know. I had a good time with it, but nothing crazy. Nothing too crazy.
Yeah, for me, this was just another really enjoyable rom-com this season. However, compared to Giji Harem, I think I like Giji Harem more, if I'm slightly more, if I'm being quite honest. And that's because, while I did enjoy the chemistry with Byakuya and Mira, I think what really drags it down for me is that, yeah, I really would prefer if Byakuya got some more visible romantic development, because it was still very one-sided in favor of Mira. Like, they really want to force it down your throat that Mira is head over heels for Byakuya. Also, there's a lot of people that keep saying that, oh, I wish this was longer. Like, this is only 12 minutes. I wish this was longer. To be honest, I disagree with that, especially because when you consider the fact that this is also a 4-comma adaptation, if I remember correctly, and 4-comma adaptations, they usually have a reputation for feeling too repetitive at times. So I feel like I can kind of sense that when I was watching this series, even if each episode was like 12 minutes long. So yeah, I honestly think that 12 minutes is a fair length for like source material like this. Because otherwise, yeah, it would probably feel too repetitive, especially with the gags surrounding Mira. Oh yeah, also the ending wasn't as satisfying as Giji Harem. We didn't get this. I mean, yeah, Byakuya did, I guess, start to develop feelings for Mira, but it didn't really lead up to anything satisfactory. Yeah, I know the author did pass away, which, I mean, it definitely sucks, but that's probably also another reason why we probably won't get a continuation with this series, unfortunately. So, yeah, I don't really have much else to say about this series either. This is just another enjoyable rom-com that we got in the summer season. Also, this is another just absolutely beautiful show. Like, I mentioned this in the last podcast as well. Like, there's just so many shows that we got in the summer season that just looks visually impressive, like visually stunning. And this is one of them. So, yeah, that's pretty much it. Ryu and Po, you guys got any thoughts?
I have. I would say the first 2-3 episodes, I wasn't feeling very strong about this one. With considering the studio that does the animation, I was hoping for more Maho Shoujo powers and stuff like that. We didn't really get that. But as it went on, I really started to get into the romance more between Byakuya and Mira. And I thought many times it was very cute. It was very wholesome. I really laughed a lot when he was like defending her in many ways. I also liked his minions. The ones that when they were talking, they were very funny. Also the other magical girl that was cursing all the time when she was talking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She was great.
Yeah. I will say though, in the last few episodes, it felt like the story kind of got stuck, and I feel like last few episodes felt kind of repetitive. Especially the finale felt more like a what is it called, summary of what we already seen so far. All it's them and etc. So I feel like I wasn't really satisfied with the finale. I feel like we didn't get really any conclusion or real progress between their romance, which could be the result of, as we mentioned before, the author passed away before the work was done. So I don't know if the finale was part of her work or his work. I don't know. I don't know who the gender, but or if they made an original at the end. Maybe I'm not sure. I don't think we're gonna get a sequel. I don't think we're gonna get season 2 because I'm sure the author had a plan how it was gonna be completed. So it's really sad that what happened. Um, I don't really have anything to say. It was really fun and enjoyable in the middle, not so much at the start, and I would not say at the end as well. But I still gave it a solid 6 out of 10, and I would also say that although I wish we would have seen more like transformations or Maho Shoujo powers, which I really want to see more of, because I feel like we get too little. Well, we have two this upcoming fall season, but I really wish Maho Shoujo could become more popular again. We didn't get to see many of those powers, but it was still cute and fun.
When they actually did show the transformations and stuff, like they were done really well. It's just we didn't get a whole lot of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have anything else to say.
I don't have much to say, to be honest. I wanted to like the show though, but the problem, one problem with me is that it just felt incomplete. I went into this hoping that the manga would at least try to pull an anime original ending to try to wrap up what the manga could, because of course what happened, what happened to the late author and all. I was hoping for that instead of an open ending where it doesn't feel like much really progressed, which I have to get onto that. As wholesome as it is, I don't feel like anything in particular progressed for me. And it's a shame because it felt like in some of these moments are really charming, especially helps with the visuals and all. You'd have to think like there's something brewing, but there's a case of repetitiveness with the humor, and there's a case of where it felt like a lot of stuff unintentionally rubs you the wrong way. The cat dude, I'm usually like fine with degenerate people like characters like him, but the problem with him is that his gag is too repetitive. It gets old. It gets annoying. That's another problem with how some of the gags just get really overused.
Same with the companions of Byakuya, I think. The
Like
girl that
they
always
have
is horny
the
for him, and
the archetypes in this show like don't really stand out so much for me to really have much praise for it. If anything, it just feels very boring to me, and it's only supposed to be 12 minutes, so it's not supposed to be, but just like, damn, why does a half length episode feel like a whole 45 minutes for some reason?
Ooh.
And that's another reason, and that's another thing
that's very funny that you say that when it's actually a short
yeah, that's not supposed to
that
happen.
says a lot.
That's not supposed to happen, but it happened, and it's just because like how it keeps, when you're trying to do it's partially what we touched upon on Shikanoko, that it just some stuff feels so repetitive. You're just like, so you're not gonna even accomplish anything particularly significant, are they, by the end of this? And I don't believe they did. I mean, if they did and I overlooked it, then so be it. But I don't think they made it obvious enough that they really made a meaningful way to conclude things, open-ended or not. It just wasn't there for me. in that
Yeah,
regard.
especially the finale. As I said before, it felt like it was just a recap of what we already seen so far.
Yeah.
Like this is Byakuya, this is Mira. They were kind of pointless finale if I'm gonna be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, other than that, I think we are ready to move on now. So, next up on the list is Atri, My Dear Moments. And this
I'm
is...
not caught up on this one actually.
Yeah, I'm not caught up either. I'm
But
like 2 episodes behind.
the thing,
I read.
it feels like whatever to me
Well,
at this point.
as someone, I actually read the visual novel. Yeah, I'm
Oh,
actually
really?
getting into visual novels. I didn't like the visual novel, unfortunately. None of y'all are caught up on it yet, or is anyone?
I need to watch the last episode, but I don't really want to talk about this.
Yeah, I don't have much to say either. Actually,
don't
It's
really-
what
Do
it
I
is
need
to
to
me.
open? Do I need to open the can of worms here?
Oh boy. Yeah, if you want.
First of all, the good to get out the way. The visuals are the visuals are nice. The visuals are nice. That's all I can give for it. But it's not something but it's not something I can really just like always praising like with some other stuff that was going on during that season. Now, the issue here is that it presents this premise, this sort of post-apocalyptic premise with some. It's supposed to have some nice philosophical messages in regards to stuff like maybe having a heart and emotion and all. And I kind of want to like the setup and all at first until I realized that this little fucking bot is annoying as hell.
Yeah.
Here's the thing:
I
I didn't
agree.
want to hate Ari, but I just ended up doing so because like she just ends up as just an archetype of this tried and not so true formula of just robot sentimentality nonsense where this is just this. First of all, I don't get this whole shebang with Ari suddenly becoming sentimental. There was no it feels so inconsistent.
I
Okay.
agree. Yeah, I agree.
So Natsuki is just like, oh, you were faking this shit the whole time. And it's just like she was, and it just says is pre-programmed and all. And then she tells him, don't do all this, and then she goes to this deadpan mode. And then when she says like, how do you feel about this? And she says, at this moment I hate you. And I'm just like, what?
Yeah,
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
That's not how you respond. That's not how you respond. You cannot say like she hates that you cannot say that to try to make an excuse for her getting emotions later on, to say that she said that because she's not liking how Natsuki's acting for her. You cannot make that excuse. That is a cop out. You don't. That's if you really want to make a strong case for it, you should not respond to her something like hate. You respond to something more neutral to make a case for this, and this sucks because they don't have this explanation as to what makes a human or makes a robot. What's the separation between sentimentality and automation? Like you could get this thing with the prop. It's like, oh, it's just pre-programmed. Like, no, fuck that bullshit, man. And what is heart? At this point, the heart is it something abstract? Is it something concrete? I don't think they properly explained this whole thing. You cannot say like, oh, because Ari is a different sort of robot. No, that doesn't make any sense. She's the closest. No, but the way she achieved that goal supposedly by her creator, I don't buy it. And I hate that I had to use a trigger for one of the worst fucking villains I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, are you talking about the dude with the prosthetic hand?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that dude was awful.
That was he is just there just to stir up the drama.
Literally.
Just
Pretty
to get
much.
Ari to snap.
Terrible.
That was the only fucking thing he was there for. Nothing else. Nothing else. And fuck that backstory. That backstory. All right, that was beyond forced as fuck with the emotions. That's not supposed. That's not gonna cut it. It would help if they explained more upon the premise itself, but if also it never felt like it truly it took things seriously. I don't like the fact that Natsuki is this typical guy on edge in to where he fought it's his usual because trying to find something regarding his mom or grandma, and then having this sort of realization that would involve Ari, that would involve them coming to some sort of decision to save the world, which is just I do not. I'm just besides myself with that. It just felt like a lot of forced melodrama right there and there, and it doesn't have a good foundation to stand on. At best, it's very sauceless. If I want to say that, there's no sauce, there's no condiments, there's no spice. It's just like it's overcooked.
It's bland.
And
it's burnt.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
That's how I want to say it. The visual novel, at least because it's naturally longer, it's a little better, but not by much. It's still all the same issue. To me, it's still all the same issues to a slightly lesser extent. Now I know some people will be. Now I know a lot of people might actually, enjoy this sort of stuff if they're light novel enthusiasts. But I have to treat shit, as fairly as possible. I cannot be a visual novel show, so I cannot say so much for it. But yeah, I don't know if that's all the beans, but I hope that's enough of it that I was able to disclose.
I think that's quite a bit of beans. But yeah, for me, I think I might have to agree with a lot of things you said here. Now one thing I will say, a couple good things I will say about this show is that I do I actually do like Natsuki as a protagonist. That's one thing I kind of found when it comes to me watching visual novel adaptations, is that I may not enjoy everything else, but like the protagonists usually work really well for me. Like there's something about main male visual novel protagonists that I just find very likable and very interesting. That was the case for me with Yuji from the Fruit of Grisaya. That was the case for me with Kotaro from Rewrite. That was the case for me to an extent with that one dude from Island, even though that show was kind of mediocre.
Have you played
and
the
crap.
visual novel for either one of them?
Only for Grisaya, not for Rewrite or
I'm
Island.
actually currently trying to get into the Rewrite one, and it feels. I know this is off topic. I'm not far, but it's way better than the anime. I'll tell you that, because it feels like there's a lot more there's a lot more details being told there that made certain scenes more coherent, instead of just something where the anime on the other hand just jumbled shit together without much grace, in my opinion.
Gotcha. And that's another thing I like about this anime. The one thing I was really concerned about when I was getting into the show was that I was concerned that it was gonna feel very rushed and shoddily adapted, and because that's something that we've seen before in other visual novel adaptations. However, I didn't feel that way when it comes to this anime. Honestly, I thought the pacing was really nice. It didn't feel too rushed, didn't feel too slow. I thought it felt pretty good. That's one thing I really liked. However,
as someone who read the visual novel, I will say it's fairly faithful for the most part. So yeah, I can feel you on that. I mean, minus maybe a few trimmed a handful of trimmed segments or so, but it was able to at least compress it to a point where, at least if you want to see it from just that perspective, at least it's coherent enough, and yet doesn't feel dragged, doesn't feel rushed. At least from what I could At least that's what that's the one thing I can give credit to. That it's a coherent enough adaptation, even though I do feel like it's still inferior to the source material. I don't particularly like how the anime depicted Natsuki compared, compared to how the visual novel said. Like I personally didn't like how more on edgy was compared to the original material, or at least that's how I saw it.
Yeah, I can kind of see where you're going with there. But yeah, going back, yeah. As for the cons I have with the show, yeah. Atri I also found kind of annoying. Also, like this is honestly starting to become like a bit of a pet peeve of mine. It's that robots showing emotion. Like, and this example is especially egregious because we actually saw Atri crying, shedding tears, and we also see her blushing. Now, this is this is becoming a pet peeve of mine because robots cannot do that. AI, that is something that is supposed to be impossible for AI. And in fact, this is a conversation that I actually had with my mom. I think like a week or two ago when we watched the movie The Wild Robot, because that movie.
What movie again?
The Wild Robot. It was it's the latest DreamWorks animated film, and that also was about a robot who eventually learns, how to love and how to show emotion. However, this anime was more egregious. It annoys me. Yeah, I just don't like the whole idea of robots showing emotion because that's something that's not even possible. Now I get it, it's fiction at the end of the day. It's all make believe, and also it's for many it's very hard for a writer to tell the story they want to tell or develop a character for a character that's not technically supposed to show emotion. I get that, but still, I guess it really just goes to show that it's another science fiction trope alongside time travel and lasers. Just robots acting like humans or showing human type emotions.
The thing is, like, if it was something like Transformers, where these robot characters are inherently have a sentimentality because of the nature of their existence or how enigmatic or mystical it may be, at least you can give that a pass. With Ari, she was made by humans with high sci-fi, not some magic, not some alien technology or whatever. It's supposed to be from humans trying to address the disaster that was coming to them, trying to use them for assisting them, whatever. That's where you need to draw that line. This is just pure tear bait in my opinion.
Yeah.
With what they try to do there.
Exactly. Honestly, the only explanation I can come up with when it comes to Atri showing emotion. In fact, this is already becoming like sort of a headcanon for me, is that Atri has a human brain inside of her. She is powered by a human brain. Similar to how the characters in
SAO?
No, Nikkei, the gacha game God's Victory Nikkei, because that also has, because the characters in that game are human-looking robots, but they have like a human brain inside of them, and other human parts inside of them. So it's more understandable in that context why they would show emotion. So I'm not sure if that's exactly the case in this show, but God, I'm honestly at this point I'm hoping that it is. Also, the one thing I find weird about this series is the setting. It takes place in kind of like a post-apocalyptic world where the whole world is pretty much almost completely flooded, except for like a few like islands or like a few like pieces of landmass. And honestly, I feel like the more I watch the show, the more I think that that whole plot point is unnecessary.
It felt useless,
Yeah,
honestly.
exactly. It
Now that I'm
felt
thinking about it.
yeah, because like when you think about it, I feel like you can tell this story without that type of post-apocalyptic plot point. I feel like that plot point is wasted on a series like this because the whole point of the show is Natsuki like trying to solve the mystery behind Atri, her grandmother's last orders, and like where the whole backstory surrounding Atri and where she came from. I feel like you can tell that story without this post-apocalyptic plot point.
Exactly.
Fact,
You don't need all that post-apocalyptic stuff. You could
Exactly.
just set it in whatever in wherever, and it would just still feel the same, for better or worse. You don't need this whole apocalypse thing. What did it even accomplish? The part where she has to shut herself away forever. That doesn't even need an eater. It could just be like, oh, you just sleep until like humans go advance later down in the future, and it would not even need a freaking apocalypse
Well,
or
I
something
mean,
to trigger that.
yeah. Well, I mean, if it's gonna be more into the future, maybe AI is much smarter, and then the global warming has taken its part on the Earth. So I guess it's kind of realistic in a way
It
if you
doesn't
think about it
suffice
like that.
enough. It doesn't suffice enough though.
Nah,
Like it just
yeah.
there's only so much of a reach there, if anything.
But
Yeah.
I get what you mean though. I didn't think about that. I started laughing now when I heard like, oh, it's the story is about this, but let's add the apocalypse scene out of nowhere. That was kind of pointless actually.
Yeah, but yeah. Other than that, I mean, I can't say I can't really say much else about it because I haven't caught up with it. But I mean, I guess it's not. Despite my criticisms of it, I guess I don't. It's not bad. I don't find it bad. I don't hate it, but I do wish I could have enjoyed this series more. But yeah. Other than that, stop trying to make robots human. Stop trying to make robots show emotion. You know what? You know what is one instance that got it right? Terminator 2, Judgment Day. Because at the end of that movie,
That's a
Arnie,
fire movie.
yeah, at the end of the movie, Arnie acknowledged that I know why you cry, but it's something that I cannot do. I want to see more of that because they don't try to pretend that Arnie is starting to become more human. But the movie kind of implies that because we see Arnie becoming like kind of a father figure for John Connor, and that's something that I really appreciated, and I wish we could have seen more of that in shows with like robots and interacting with humans and all that. Don't pretend that the robot can suddenly rewrite its own code and start showing emotion, start loving another human being. No. That is not impossible. That is not possible.
The slice of life stuff with Ari, that doesn't suffice enough. It doesn't feel. I don't feel like she does enough interactions or grow or even develops in a way to where it would make it believable enough to have her come up with something close to emotions. They don't do enough with it, and that's why the rest of the characters kind of suck too, because they just are they're just kind of in the background for me, if anything. And
them trying to force the freaking romance, shove that in your face too.
What the fuck was up with the romance in that part? That was not necessary.
Yeah, I agree.
That was
yeah.
You could have just went without the romance and just have him trying to help Ari in general, and it would have been more or less the same. And the romance was just
like an episode where they kissed for the first time. Like that shit came out of nowhere. It felt like
that was kind of pretty weird.
Why would you? Just like why? You could have just settled it with like, oh, I remember you from my childhood day, but I don't know where the fuck that's supposed to initiate romance. What the fuck is up with that? Like you don't force romance where it's not gonna benefit any of them. It could just be like a platonic relationship, and it would just be the same. It would just do just fine, for what it is.
To be fair, I think what was going on there was that because like Atri played such an important role in Natsuki's life, like when he saw her in that moment, I guess like his emotion, his feelings start kind of like start doing things. To him.
But Atri doesn't know much about what is romance.
Yeah, I really wish like they could have like not played it as to like Atri even knows what Natsuki is feeling in that moment, or I really wish they didn't pretend like Atri even like feels something called love, because she's not supposed to do that. She's a robot.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I thought the setting was kind of interesting, and I feel like with the setting and like with how the area got to like how it got like that, like I think that kind of set up for something interesting in the beginning. But once they did like some of the things that you guys have mentioned, like with Atri and even like the romance part, like I just lost a lot of interest in this series, and like I just feel like none of the characters are really like memorable for me at all, personally. So I don't really feel too strongly towards it. Like, is it one of the worst things I've watched? No, but I just don't have I don't have much of an opinion. I don't have a very just don't have a lot to say about it. I just feel like it's just an anime that'll be forgotten. It's just I feel like there's nothing really memorable about it at all, or like anything that really stands out.
Mm-hmm. I would have to agree. I'm behind on this, but the big reason I would say is because the story does pretty much nothing to me. Visually, it looks nice, but I don't feel for the characters. I don't feel for the story. I will thank you though for mentioning other robot movies, because I forgot that I want to rewatch Wall-E. That's actually a very good movie.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Jeez, I haven't heard Wall-E in a forever. That is a good movie though.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have anything else to say. I think this was just as memory says. I will forget about this one eventually. It doesn't interest me. And as I said before, I didn't even think about how unnecessary the apocalyptic world was, but it really is when you think about it. But oh well, it is what it is. I guess it's a way for it. I guess it's a way for
if they just made Ari just like responsible for the responsible for the apocalypse.
That would definitely make it more interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, somehow this. Yeah, I'm thinking about the day I became a god, because you said that was because wasn't she like the part that controlled the whole world, if I was not mistaken. Yeah, but yeah, I don't have anything. I don't have anything else to say. I think the apocalyptic world was mostly, to look nice, maybe help with the interest of the show, but no, it doesn't really do anything for me. This show.
DJ, you watching this?
No, I didn't even know anything about it.
Gotcha. All right. Other than that, I think we can move on now. Next up on the list is Vtuber Legend, and these next two anime I'm actually not watching, so I will be right back.
I don't have anything to say. I don't even have anything to say about Vtuber Legends. I just have interest with this.
The only thing I liked about Vtuber was the Cristiano Ronaldo reference when he was not drinking the Coca-Cola at the press conference. That was fun.
They had a lot of High School DxD. They had a lot of references, which I like.
I think it's the same studio as DxD, if I'm not mistaken, too.
I don't know.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is the same studio.
Oh, is it TNK? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the original, like the first couple seasons of High School DxD.
Yeah, they did DxD, so maybe that's why.
Yeah, that makes sense. But this one actually, like, it's nothing crazy, but I enjoyed it way more than I thought I was going to, especially initially. I feel like, because I don't watch VTubers, I don't really like have an interest or anything in them. But I think for me with this one, it like did focus a lot on like the content creation side of things, like obviously streaming and your comment section and you know, how to engage or like ways to engage like with your chat and with your stream, like reading comments and whatever. So I found that part of it pretty cool, and just I did get a kick out of just how I feel like it did get kind of repetitive, but initially, like at the beginning, like kind of just how unhinged the characters were and just didn't give a shit, and they were just like, which they were being themselves. Like that was the thing, that was a message kind of with this series, is that like Kokoron, she wasn't really like, she wasn't being herself. Like her real self came out when she, you know, when she left her stream on and she was drinking and all that. And she was like actually really like being herself. So I did like that part of it as well. Like, oh, like, you know, be yourself while you're because there are a lot of people out here that probably aren't themselves, right, when they're streaming or making content or whatever. So that was the thing with her, is like, she's like, oh, okay, I'm just gonna run with this. I'm like, this is what I do anyway. I'm just gonna be myself. So that time where she left her stream on and she was wasted and just being crazy, like ended up being a blessing in disguise for her, because she ultimately was just being herself on stream. So I did like that part of it quite a bit, and just like I mentioned, how unhinged and out of pocket the characters were. But it did get a little repetitive, because they kind of repeated a lot of the same gags with the characters as it went along. So I could see why people, I don't think really a lot of people watch this in general to begin with, but like, I could see why. Well, even for me, like for me personally, I lost a little bit of interest because it did get a bit repetitive as it went on. But yeah, like the references were cool, and this was one I enjoyed at times. I just kind of been in the middle on it, but I feel more strongly about it towards like the beginning parts, like initially. But yeah, I didn't think I was gonna like this one really at all, because I was like, oh, VTubers, I'm not really into VTubers all like that, and I checked it out and I was like, okay, this is actually pretty fun. So I was, I guess, a little surprised with it. I was surprised they didn't make more references to actual like VTubers, because they didn't like, well, none of the characters were based off of like actual VTubers, at least to my knowledge, and they didn't really make many references to other VTubers until like the end. They did like a little montage at the end in like the final episode when they were kind of like, I guess they were kind of reminiscing on the main character's like path to, you know, of streaming and success and all that. And they were kind of showing like some of the other VTubers, like actual VTubers. And I was like, wow, they waited till the end to reference or show actual like VTubers. But yeah, this one was cool. Nothing crazy, but I enjoyed it. So I could see why though. Like if people didn't like the unhinged and out of pocket stuff, I could totally see why, because it was pretty ridiculous. But yeah,
I never really been to VTubers either. I never really understood the charm of it. But you know, everyone is different. Do you guys remember the VTuber who was on the Dodgers game?
Oh yeah, that was Galgura, right? The shark, yeah.
When she was singing the Dodgers.
Okay.
Yeah, they were singing the national anthem. Or Take Me Out. Was it Take Me Out to the Ball Game? It was Take Me Out to the Ball Game, or the national
anthem. Take Me Out to the Ball Game, yeah. No, it was Take Me Out to the Ball Game by the Dodgers.
Yeah, that is crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't. Do we have anything else to say?
It was during Anime Expo.
Oh.
That's why they did that. Anime Expo. It was that same weekend. That's why they did that. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
So I remember seeing streamers and content creators were at that baseball game, and they were like freaking out that she was singing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game." And they were like, it was the whole game apparently like was themed around her. Like,
yeah, but everyone else sang along too.
Oh yeah, that's like a tradition with baseball. It's like like the 7th inning, they like everybody stands up and they all sing that "Take Me Out to the Ball Game" song.
Are you guys still talking about Vtuber Legend?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
But no, that whole game I think was actually kind of centered or like focused around her, because they would like randomly pop up on the monitor during the game and stuff like that on the Jumbotron.
Damn,
I'm
that's
like,
crazy.
geez, yeah. How far we have come, you know? I would when I first got into anime and like just content creation and stuff, like I would have never like thought, like if you told me back in 2015, 2016 when I first started, like if you would have told me like, oh, VTubers are to be up on the big screen at the Dodgers game singing "Take Me Out
Oh
to the
my
Ball
god, I
Game,"
saw that.
yeah,
Oh,
like
yeah.
I would have been like, okay, yeah, right, like yeah,
That was-
whatever, you're bullshitting.
That's so. I saw that and I'm just like, wow, that's actually wild. I actually
Apparently the
gotta give
attendance
credit
was
to that.
apparently the attendance was insane. Like there were so many people, like they couldn't keep up with the merch sales. Like there were just
Yeah,
lines
I think
stretching
I
for
was just
days.
yeah, I was just saying I think it was during Anime Expo that weekend, so that probably helped a lot.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just baseball. I've also seen like many soccer games or football games that actually make choreographies now out of anime, which I think is very cool.
That's the thing. I feel like because a lot of people, I feel like for a lot of people, baseball is like a snooze. Like people label it as like kind of like a snooze sort
I
of
would say
sport.
probably maybe because I'm not American, but I never really understood the
Like
hype for
yeah,
baseball.
no, I could understand watching baseball on TV, but going to the actual ballpark is actually a really like fun experience.
That's why I go. That's why I go to soccer games to the stadium too, because it's
Yeah,
another
like
experience.
I can't watch baseball really on TV, but I do like how baseball is trying to get more like in with like the trends and what's going on, and they're kind of like introducing those kinds of things to like the game or like bringing that to the stadium in some way because I feel like it'll just bring more eyes to it. So I liked how because the Dodgers, which was the game like in LA, I mean they're already one of the most popular teams, but then they had that and combined with Anime Expo, it was just like a perfect
Yeah, I
perfect
think I
storm.
saw like before she started singing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game," they were actually down, and after she sang, they won,
Oh
and
yeah, they
people were
came
like,
back and
they,
won.
they, they won for her.
Yeah, they came back and won. Like what? Crazy.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
yeah, I think we can move on. I don't know if
Yeah.
I haven't
n-
watched 3 out of the
you
last
did
4.
no, but
Well, I dropped
The
it. I
only
dropped.
other thing I've watched is Monogatari.
Yeah.
all right. But my wife has no emotion. We can move on to that. I think I'm the only one who actually liked this one. I
Yeah,
know you, the
I'm
rest of you.
surprised, but I did not. I
I
dropped
mean,
it. Like
I'm just going back to we talked about Atri before, and like, oh, robots shouldn't have feelings, and then I would say Kaiku would hate this one, uh, where the guy actually marries a robot, and like I get it, it's cringe. I also thought it was
I
very
could not
cringe, but
stand the main character, the main
yeah,
dude. I could not
but
stand it.
the thing is that cringe doesn't mean that it has to be bad. Because I've seen it from many people. I would be honest with you, I've seen it from YouTube memory. That's when it's cringe, you drop it. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they're actually cringe that you enjoy. But
No, there's some good cringe. There's some good cringe. It's not always all
yeah,
bad,
yeah.
but
Because it's not. Sometimes it's fun to watch a bad show and sit like this. I think.
yeah, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but like, yeah, I get it. It is cringe. I agree on that. But I don't know. I still find my enjoyment with this one. There was the kind of a cringe that I could enjoy, and I do think many of the scenes were actually quite wholesome, even though it was the relationship between a human guy and a robot girl. It was still fun in a way. Although I remember laughing. It was after you dropped when they were taking a bath together, and she was having like her metal body in the bath. Like, yeah. And when they introduced the child, the other robot, little robot that became part of the family, which I thought it was cute, but yeah. Um, I'm just rambling over here now, but as cringe as it was, I enjoyed it. I still thought it was a fun show. So that's really what I'm gonna say. But I understand the criticism. I do.
Yeah, I mean the reason why I couldn't is just like the main guy. He was just like the first episode or two. I just did not. it wasn't even anything with the robot girl. It was the dude. Like he was just like, I don't know. He was like so, I don't know. He was just weird to me.
Yeah, I mean, he was weird. I agree on that. I remember you said something in the last book because
Like he would
I
like
wasn't
make these
part of it.
comments like, "Is it okay if I touch her body?"
Yeah,
I'm like,
yeah.
the dude. I'm like, it's like, dude, it's so weird.
Is this
Yeah.
the wife has emotion one?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Like
I'm
Yeah,
like, all right, bro.
boring. I'm sorry, it's just boring,
okay.
and I just can't with that one. I have no It's another robot thing, and I just like, yeah.
Like the one that is the best one, I think, is an old one that I watched years ago. It was what the hell was it called?
Ghost in the Shell.
No, not that one. Uh, I forgot what it was called, but it was also about a robot girl that was like she was thrown away. He
Plastic
picked her up.
Memories.
Yeah, I was about
No,
to say.
it's an
Wait,
old one,
Old? Like how old?
very
Like
old, like
old,
in the
old?
80s
is
or
it Chobits?
90s. Showbiz,
Okay,
yes,
Okay.
Chobits. Okay.
yeah,
I
that one was good.
Yeah, I've heard
that
good
one.
things about that.
I didn't like the anime. The manga was a lot better. I'm just gonna say that. That's
Of
how it
Showbiz, you
usually
mean?
is. Huh? Yeah,
Of
Chobits.
Showbiz. Okay, yeah. Yeah, by the way, you can say your thoughts about this one.
I have nothing except I was just really bored out of my freaking mind. I just didn't have anything. I just wanted into this guy trying to want to fuck a robot for some reason.
The rice cooker. Fuck the rice cooker.
He didn't fuck the rice cooker. No.
Oh my god.
Yeah, like what?
Oh, well, you put it like that. Jesus.
Dude, no, the reason I say that is because I was like, I was in my one Discord and I was like streaming. I was just like watching some of the new seasonals that came out. And I was like, was streaming. I was like, if anybody wants to like join and like watch, they can. And I was just like, one of my friends just randomly, he was like, dude, why is this guy trying to fuck a rice cooker? I'm like, and ever since then, it's just been stuck in my head. I'm just like, Jesus, bro. I was like, I don't know why he is. I mean, this guy's weird. But ever since then, I was like, every time I think of this show or this show gets brought up, I'm just like, I just think of that. Why is he trying to fuck a rice cooker?
But yeah, even though I'm not watching this show, okay, one thing I do want to clarify is that I have no problem with themes of like humans falling in love with robots. The main problem, but I do have a problem with AI and robots showing emotions like anger or sadness or love, and acting like the series act like it's out of their own free will and not according to their programming or what their code wants them to say and feel. So, just want to get that out of the way. Just want to clear that up right away. But yeah, other than that, any final thoughts, or are we ready to move on?
We'll move on.
Move on.
All right. Next up on the list, Mayonaka Punch. Now, this is a show that I did not expect to like as much. I was falling behind on this. Well, I guess I can say my thoughts first if you guys don't mind.
Sure.
Go ahead.
But yeah, I remember I was falling so behind on this because I only watched the first episode, but I never really touched it again for weeks because it didn't really stick out to me compared to other shows in the summer season. But when I decided to binge watch this show during like the last week of the summer season, it quickly became my second favorite show of the summer season, my second favorite anime of the season. And I say that because, first of all, the comedy I feel like just really worked for me for the most part. With a lot of comedy, usually, not everything is gonna work for you, not all the jokes are gonna land and all that. But for this series in particular, I feel like I really enjoy the comedy. I think it was just, there were a lot of times there it was just really funny. And another big part of why I enjoy the comedy is that, unlike the Elusive Samurai, the comedy I feel like was really well balanced compared to like the more serious parts of the show. I feel like there was a good mix of like comedy and also serious and wholesome moments. And that's another thing I want to segue into in terms of what I like about this show. This show is surprisingly good at doing, like, it's surprisingly emotional at times. I remember during the first 3 episodes, I was like, okay, I'm really starting to dig this so far. But then, when the 4th episode hit, and it was about Fu trying to make things up with her long-lost friend, and her eventually finding out that her friend passed away, and she never got to reconcile things with her, when she never got to tell her why she left the concert on that fateful day and never made it big with her friend. And
that was emotional, actually.
Yeah, that was oh my god, that was so emotional. Like, it was so sad, but I thought it was done so well. That episode alone cemented my reason for watching this to the end. I was like, yep, this is the episode. I'm gonna stick with this to the end. And I'm really glad I did, because yeah, I really do think that I really do like the surprisingly heartfelt and wholesome moments when it came to this show. Another instance that came to mind was Ichiko and her desire to protect the manor because of how much it meant to her and how much the other vampire girls meant to her. Like, her really wanting them to like eat together and dine together and spend time together in the mansion. I thought that, like, her desire for that really hit for me. And also, you know, Mayonaka Punch is about Masaki wanting to hit 1 million subscribers in a certain amount of time. And so, obviously, judging by that, you know, you can automatically assume that it's about content creation. And yeah, as a content creator myself, I will say, I think it really nailed the aspect of what being a YouTuber is all about. There's a lot of scenes that are relatable to me, and a lot of scenes that I fully understand, like the part where they start making shorts in order to, you know, boost their status on the algorithm. You know, in fact, we see it right now, like with certain Mad Lad of culture. He's doing the exact same thing pretty much. So yeah, I understood that. Also, there was a scene where they skipped to the most replayed part of a YouTube video. Like, holy shit, like, you could tell the writers really are up to date with like the YouTube features and what being a content creator is like all about, like the struggles and like the journey they went through. Like, yeah, I really enjoyed that aspect of it. Also, we also saw that one instance where Masaki really wanted to crank out those videos, and like she was not getting any sleep. I feel like, now, I personally have never experienced that, but I'm pretty sure there's, like, especially with really big YouTubers, they probably went through that kind of thing. But let's see. Yeah, I really enjoyed that aspect as well. Other than that, I don't really think there's really much, like, as for cons, I really don't think I have any significant cons with this show. Oh yeah, also I really like the characters as well. I think the characters, Masaki, and also, especially, I think she was a really great character. Like, and one of the things I really like about her was that she, like, yeah, even though she did some pretty bad things, even though she's a clearly flawed character, with her punching one of the girls in her previous YouTube group, and also the way she treated her sister in the past, with her stealing her New Year's money and her abandoning her during the game of hide and seek. Yeah, the series doesn't exactly try to pretend that she's supposed to be a sympathetic character, because like she did some pretty awful things in the past. But she still manages to be likable, because we saw some really good development with her. Like, she eventually stopped treating like Liv and the others as not like as people, like stepping stones to her success as a YouTuber, but she eventually grown to really like bond with them, and like, despite her being a human in like a vampire household, like she really started to bond with these other girls and really started to form like a really nice friendship with them, and I really enjoyed that. I really enjoyed the character development that we got to see with Masaki. But yeah, other than that, this was a surprisingly enjoyable show, and I really regretted not like commenting more about this when this show aired. I really regret not watching this like weekly as the show was airing. So yeah, I think that's pretty much all I have to say about that. What do you guys think?
I didn't watch that much of it, but I dropped it, but I didn't drop it because I didn't dislike it. I think I was just cutting down because I was watching like so much stuff and I just was falling behind and I cut down on some things. So I was like I was like 5 or 6 episodes into it, I think, and I don't know. I didn't really feel. I was kind of in the middle on it. I didn't really feel too strongly about it, but I didn't dislike it. It was pretty fun. I think I actually though like. I don't know. I enjoyed Vtuber Legend probably more than this. Well, I finished Vtuber Legend, so that probably shouldn't. I don't know. I mentioned it when we talked about Vtuber Legend, but I don't know. I just liked how it got a little repetitive, but the characters were like really unhinged and stuff like that. It was just kind of ridiculous, but I didn't really have any necessarily like problems with this one. I just ended up, unfortunately, I was falling behind, had a lot of shows. I was like, okay, I gotta cut some of these out that I wasn't as interested in, but so I don't really have much to input.
I completed it. I thought overall it was a fun show. Good comedy, some drama moments, as we mentioned before. The characters were very fun, I think. So overall, I would say it's kind of enjoyable. I'm still trying to figure out though why I wasn't as into this one though as I could have, because I still gave it like a 6.5 out of 10, and I got a comment saying that, oh, that's just you didn't know what you didn't like about the show, so maybe you should give it a bit higher. But according to my anime list, a 6 is a fine and a 7 is a good, so that's where I'm usually going with. So I thought still 6.5 was fair. Now thinking about it afterwards, I guess I wasn't fully invested in the story. Like I thought it was a fun show and everything, but it was like on the surface you have everything that would make the show good. Nice characters, the comedy, some drama moments, but it was like something below that made me feel like I was not getting into this one as much. And I cannot explain in detail what it was, but it was something under the surface that was really holding me back from giving it the higher score or feeling more towards this show. But it was still kind of enjoyable, I would say.
Gotcha. Ryu, do you have any thoughts on this?
I wanted to get something out of this too, but I don't have much of a comment on it, but it's more like I'm just completely indifferent to it, and the whole part with the drama at the end, it was just whatever. For me, it's just more like I didn't. There's nothing bad I want to say, but there's nothing particularly remarkable I want to note either, because it just wasn't. Because this just wasn't my. Nothing just really clicked for me. For the most part, even though I do understand what ideas they were trying to wrestle with, but it didn't feel like something I can get behind with how the group was trying to reach their goals. So if I can't really get behind anything, if I can't really feel, it sucks, because like if it what I can understand why it wants to express each and every one of these characters more, but it just never clicked with me, and maybe it's because most of them are vampires, if I remember correctly, and so the way they interact kind of takes me out of it, as opposed to like, oh, it's just one vampire, and most of them are like humans, I guess, but like I can't really explain it so well. It's just nothing really stood out or appealed to me as it theoretically should have. And maybe it's because of how it was directed. Like maybe that's how like some of the tone whiplashes are. Like, am I supposed to feel serious, or am I supposed to feel like this is funny? Like, how am I supposed to take their sort of gig with YouTubing seriously or not? It just never. I just never felt like I could get myself personally invested in anything there. It's just that's just how I can say it.
Gotcha.
I feel like that's what happens with a lot. I know we've talked about this before, but like a lot of the PA Works originals, it's just like, I don't know, man. They just like
they just like whatever.
They leave a lot.
They don't have that. They don't have that sort of stretch like with Shirobako. Well, but that's a kind of outline because it was focusing on the anime industry itself. That's why it succeeded.
Yeah, like even the other one, like even the other one this season, like that cheerleading one. Like that was another original.
That one actually.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, it was boring. Oh, it was boring as hell. I don't even want to talk about that one.
And then like there was like another one they had, but I think that was like a game adaptation. But like, I guess Buddy Daddies was good, but like Akiba Maid War, Apare Ranman, like
the manga.
Sirius the Jaeger, Sakura
Yeah.
Quest, Kuro Mukuro, like. I mean,
I still enjoy
the movie.
I literally feel the same way about all those I just mentioned. It's just like they're all right.
There is the Maki, the one of Promised Flower Blooms. That one movie. That one looked really good. This one. Hold on.
Wait, Makuya?
Yeah,
oh yeah, Makuya was good. Makuya was really good.
But it's just PA Works like
Iroduku. Yeah, that one looked really nice, but
it's just like most of these just don't like.
But then look, when they do a manga adaptation, like your boy Kong Ming, and then like Skip and Loafer,
that one at least click.
Yeah.
Well, why don't they make them more often? Why do they?
I don't know.
Insist on making originals.
They make a lot of originals, which I kind of respect in a way, but I feel like a lot of them I just feel the same way about. It's just like I always end up coming out of them most of the time, more often than not. It's like, that was all right.
I think when it started. I think when The Day I Became a God, still one of the worst things I've ever watched, and I feel like when that came out, it told me a lot about disregarding the unfortunate fallout with Maeda. Hope he's safe somewhere. We still don't know where he is. I don't even know what the update is. It signaled to me that this is where PAs work. Whatever magic they have, it's mostly faded. If not completely. And they need a different direction instead of just going with these anime originals because it's just not appealing to most of the audience as it should, and that's where I feel like that studio is struggling with recent times because it can only go so far now as opposed to when it was how it was before. So,
like their stuff always looks good, but it's just like
that's and the thing is just like. They just need more oomph to it in terms like what do they go for more adaptations? Do they go for more originals? Can they strike just going
or like collabs or something like collaboration with another? Yeah.
At least Cloverworks learned like they tried their originals. They never turn out great, but whenever they do source material, that's just pure masterpiece. I still remember Wandering Priority ending.
Wondering priority. That wonder.
Oh, the
That's
ending.
a wondering. That's a wondering
Yeah.
disaster. That's a wonder of a disaster. I'm gonna say that.
Yeah. They
Like,
dropped the egg.
that was, in fairness, that was because of a really disastrous
Yeah, I heard
production fallout.
they had like a rough schedule, if I remember correctly.
And some had to effort sleep. Even though I'm not saying now, of course, like, yeah, this may be the norm, but this is a bit too much of a norm in that situation. Just like, wow, they're just sleeping over the night all that time in the studio. That's how bad it is. Like, I'd have to think in at least normal situations, at least they at least get to go home, at least at least a few days a week. That situation, it felt like they were stuck there in the studio all that time. That's how bad it was.
Yeah.
Mm.
But I feel like at least Cloverworks has picked itself up lately.
Yeah.
I think
I am concerned that it's a lot of stuff. It's still a lot of stuff they have in their hands right now, and I'm just curious. Like, will they be able to? Will they get the bad habits again, or will they be able to pull through this time?
Hopefully they learn.
I'm particularly concerned about this because one of my perhaps my number one manga right now, it's a rom-com, kind of how the Fragrant Flower Blooms with Dignity. I saw that PV, even though it's pre-animated, we know what's up with how it's going to look once it gets released. And oh my god, it looks gorgeous. And I don't want it to fuck up because oh my god, it speaks everything with how
I would
story
say
of that one is.
I would say when it comes to adaptations, Cloverworks usually are managed to do them very well. With an exception of Promised Neverland season 2. Oh, wait,
no,
we don't.
We don't. There's no season 2. There's no season 2.
No, there was no season 2.
There's no season 2. There's none. There's none. We don't talk about it. But yeah,
but lately, I think it's gonna be fine. Actually, because when it comes to adaptations, they do it very well.
I think these are the same team that did My Dress Up Darling and Akabi-chan. And Akabi-chan looked
they turned out well.
So that's a lot of promise. It's a key of like, will they have time? Do they have it? I don't want them to have too much on their hands. Considering a lot of stuff they have to do in the meantime.
Yeah, I would say usually, after Promised Neverland, but lately for the last few years, when it is a show that is very, very popular, like My Dress Up Darling, we had Oshi the Rock, like they know what to do with these ones now. So I think they probably learn from previous experiences because lately I've been feeling that been handling much more. So I think the adaptation of the one you're speaking about will be fine.
Memory, do you have any more thoughts on Mayonaka Punch?
No.
Okay, gotcha. And then DJ, you're not watching this, right?
No.
Okay.
I'm not watching the next two, so I'm
okay. One thing a couple things I do want to say before we move on. So one thing I did forget to mention is that this Mayonaka Punch reminds me of another anime that deals with content creation, and that is Jellyfish Can't Swim in the Night. However, I do think Mayonaka Punch does this angle much better than Jellyfish.
I personally, I kind of have to agree with that. Which sucks because I was on board with Jellyfish at one point.
Yeah,
and
same.
I don't
we
know
saw
how
your
that
point
fell off.
went down. Yeah,
I don't know. I still can't believe that happened with Jellyfish.
that was, oh my god, that
I can't tell you how heartbreaking it was. It was so heartbreaking for me to know it just went down like that. And the fact that I even had a growing positive opinion with Girls Band Cry, of course, which is a welcome surprise, if anything.
Mm-hmm. Also, another thing I want to mention is that one thing I actually there is something I didn't really like about Mayonaka Punch, and that was near the second half of the anime, they and they wanted to add Shigeyuki into. They wanted to have Shigeyuki try to join Mayonaka Punch, and that's something I didn't really like because it really felt just kind of shoehorned in. Like it's like as if the writers really wanted to find a purpose for a character, but it just felt like pretty forced. So, yeah. Other than that, I think we can move on now. Next up on the list is Terminator Zero.
Okay, I did watch it, but I don't remember much of it. I'm sorry.
Understandable. Definitely
I don't remember
understandable.
anything about it, man. It's just this is what happens when you try to make Western, when you try to do stuff like with Western, with Western ideas and try to take them into the anime, and it just gives me the most immemorable experiences around. And so that's why I can't say anything about it other than like, oh, it looked pretty good at least. But I can't say much more than that. There's nothing memorable about the plot or the characters or anything on that sort. Just watch the actual live action. It's just how it is. The old live action, of course.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't watch.
Nobody watched. I don't think.
Well, I guess I can go. I can go next. Yeah, I did watch this, and yeah, people say, one common complaint about another anime that aired this season, Suicide Squad Isekai. That's also technically based on like a Western IP.
No, not that.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. I actually think I enjoyed Suicide Squad Isekai more than Terminator Zero because at least Suicide Squad Isekai is fun. I actually think the show is very fun, and I think it does some great things with the characters and the IP. This, on the other hand, I
think it's because Terminator Zero, if I remember correctly, tried to be too serious with its plot. Meanwhile, Suicide Squad at least was trying to have fun, was trying to put some fun into it for better or worse. So it makes that more memorable than what we got here with a very convoluted plot that just kind of is more like it's done to the point where you don't even you can't get invested in it because it's just a whole lot of convolutions. Just nothing really sticks out. It just feels like the normal. It just feels like you've seen this kind of plot before, and nothing really elevates it. That's the issue with Terminator Zero.
Yeah, for me it was like, okay, well, first of all, I did like a couple things about it. The action was pretty nice, and also I do think, like, I can kind of understand what they were trying to go for because there were I just spot some similarities with previous Terminator movies, especially the first one. One that I recall is the whole concept of, a Terminator being a T-800 being the bad guy, and the human that was sent from the future back in time is in the form of Eiko. She's the protagonist, and she's trying to fight the Terminator. Of course, we saw that back in Terminator 1. So I think I understand what they were going for there. Also, we saw the T-800 massacre every cop in a police station, just like the very first Terminator movie. But what I didn't like about that is, well, the first Terminator movie did it better. Also, there was just a lot of, I think in general, like a lot of the story in general, like what happens in it, I just didn't feel too strongly about. Even though I kind of understand what they were going for. Also, there were just a couple things I just find straight up stupid about this anime. One in particular is that the Terminator, the police station massacre, when we saw it back in the first Terminator movie, at least Arnie tried to pretend that he was a civilian visiting Sarah Connor before he started wreaking havoc. This instance, Terminator Zero, he just starts straight up killing. Even though he has a fucking police officer disguise, which didn't do jack shit for some reason. I'm like, what's even the point there? Also, I don't buy the fact that a military force with dozens, if not hundreds of armed men and like armored vehicles with heavy artillery and all of that gets easily overrun by a bunch of robots, unarmed robots. I don't buy that. I think that the whole thing about humanity getting overrun and enslaved was just kind of stupid. Um, Also, I've also seen the criticism surrounding Kenta, and how he was kind of acting like a brat throughout this anime, which I can definitely get behind as well. Um, but yeah, other than that, yeah, it's Terminator Zero. It's it's probably better than Genesis and Dark Fate, but that's not saying much. I mean, it's for the most part a fairly forgettable experience. Um, and nobody else watch this.
Nope.
All right. Other than that, I think we can move on to the last anime on the list, Monogotari series, Off and Monster Season.
Queen you just start on this one because she has not speaking for a long time. She must have been very bored.
I mean,
oh my god, yes, Queen, yes.
All I will say is I do like this season a lot. I mean, the one thing that I really do love about this is that it gives a lot of context for characters that you've seen from the beginning of the series and stuff. Finally getting like the good conclusions, or really just like quote unquote extra conclusions. But my biggest issue is when you have like certain characters like Hanekawa or Senshihara, they're not in there. Maybe they get like a mention or just like a little pop-up here and there. I get it completely, but when you are so into like certain characters and you want to see them all the time, and when it's like, oh hey, we're not going to show those certain types and we're only going to show like the second half or the what I would like to say the second important characters, it's still interesting, but you're kind of secretly wishing that like, oh, your best boy will show up or your best girl will show up. Like, don't get me wrong, like I love the fact is going into, I think it's episodes 6.5 up until now, like that whole entire arc on Shinobu, like that is the best arc of this season.
Which one?
Wish it's the backstory on Shinobu. So when she was a princess up until now, and learning how fuck it, I'm gonna say it. Anytime when anybody looked at her when she was a princess, they would instantly die. So regardless, she always like hid from people, and then she met her her master who turned her into a vampire. That's interesting. But with the situation that is going on in the last, I want to say 2-3 episodes are really good. I haven't
Where they
watched
returned
today.
to Aragagi?
I think so. Yeah. And the situations with like the girls who were turning into mummies or something and such. That's interesting, but I still kind of wish, yes, certain favorite characters, Hanekawa, Senjihara, they would pop up, but they're not there. So it pisses me off because I want to see them. So
I think it's more of like Nishio hasn't written a segment for them yet. It like remember the Monogotari is still ongoing. By the way, I actually read all of the off-season novel like volumes.
Sheesh.
And I do as much as I do love this season, it doesn't click for me as what quite yet. And like with the third Monogatari movie, the first and second season of Monogatari, the conclusion of Owari Monogatari and Zoku Monogatari. Like Monogatari is just like, even if I don't register everything, at least with the way the anime does, I get even more out of it than I do with the novels. So it's a big plus. Now, the reason why I feel like it's not quite a 10 out of 10 from you this season is what Queen mentioned. I want to see more of the other girls. Like, no offense to Aragi, he's a great character. But I do agree that I would love to see more of the other characters get their shine. Like you mentioned, Hanekawa should get more. Should get more. Like maybe Karen should get more. You may be thinking like I don't know, like maybe what Senjo got her, like what is she doing when Ari's not around? Like what is Like how is that turn around, or how like Mayuri, or like how more of that. But I will say this: Naruto's arc was probably my favorite. The way that how that
Yeah.
concluded, that was very. I actually almost teared up like there because she was able to accept who for herself for who she is.
It felt
because
very
it was been,
satisfying in a way.
yeah, it. Yeah, I'm tearing up now. Like that's how personal it was for me. Because the way it felt like it felt very satisfying considering what she has been through, especially during the second season, and with the whole snake, and like you'd have to think how she's probably thinking of how much that probably weighs on her, and then what she has to go through now, like how she's trying to move on from it. And I like that the fact that Shigami is trying to face her own self. That was a great that was a great approach in for her to come to terms with herself so she can move on. That I really loved. That I really loved. It's not perfect, but the send off was satisfying in his own right.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, Shinobu's backstory was great as well, by all means. But yeah, I would have loved to see more of those. Like nothing against going back to Aragi, but I wish it would be more about the girls he's encountered and getting their own conclusions as opposed to going back to him. Again, no offense, but maybe it's just because Nishori has not written enough of those little side stories yet.
Yo, what the fuck? What is Mad Lad doing here? What? I was on my phone and I just noticed that he joined. What the fuck?
He just popped.
You
popped
said
He's
you
been here the
wasn't
whole
be
time.
here.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
I just came back from work.
What the hell? I did not know
I
you
came
were
up with
gonna
this.
join.
What did I miss? Why are you talking about Makia? Why are you talking?
Oh, we were talking about PA Works.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
I just finished saying much about like Monogotari, and if there is another one thing, like it doesn't quite click as well with the usual Shaft directing, but you can still see they still got the game. I still do feel like because of how the industry is nowadays, it felt a lot. There's some shortcuts there, but then of course like with Shaft, like usually the Blu-rays look a lot better. That's the usual gig they have. And so I don't have too much complaints on that end. I just really wish it has that extra part to make me want to have this as one of my more favorite entries from the franchise. But yeah, I mean, I would say this was kind of up there with Makeine for my anime of the season. It's kind of tied in a way. It's just like both 9 out of 10 for me.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
That was the last anime. I don't know if
Yeah,
Mad Lad wanted to. We get a little Mad Lad segment.
I'm not. To be honest, I just want the summer season to be over already because most of the anime is already done. I just want to like focus on the fall season already. So yeah, I mean, nothing really much to say other from the anime other than Days with My Stepsister got anime of the season from Anime Corner, so I'm happy with that. So yeah, I mean, yeah. To be honest though, the summer season is just very chill with a lot of rom-com shows, and by far one of the more relaxing season of all the season this year. And now is busy again. And what makes things worse is that they like. What makes things worse is daylight saving now kicking in my time zone. So anime reactions will be even more later in the night now. Unbelievable. But yeah, other than that, summer season very heavy on the romance and rom-com, and now back to shonen and ReZero. Nothing more to say to it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of alluding to it earlier, but I said like Makeine is probably like my favorite of the season, and I wouldn't even like. I made a tier list on a stream not that long ago, and I didn't even have.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't have one show. I didn't have one anime from this season in S tier.
Ooh.
To be honest, though, Oshinoko still have his final episode tonight anyway, so we
From which
still got that
season?
to finish up.
For the summer season. I didn't have one anime in S tier, so I just didn't feel that strongly like about the season as a whole.
And now you got here for the 4th season, ReZero.
But yeah.
But,
sorry, what were you about to say?
oh no, just the fact that summer season is over. Let's move on to the new season already, because the new season is where the fun begins.
All right, before we end this podcast, there's one thing I want to talk about real quick. And it's an anime that I probably should have added on the list, but I didn't. How many of you guys are watching The Time I Got Reincarnated as Slime Season 3? Or how many of you guys have watched it?
That time, me, of course.
Yeah, of course, Bad Lad.
I am.
I'm not watching it.
I am too.
The meeting simulator.
Yep.
No, but the tournament, I like the tournament. The tournament was freaking hilarious.
That tournament was so.
Dude, the Ranga in Gobta, that was hype.
Yeah, that was hype until
great.
he misused the power and he literally got defeated.
No, but okay,
me,
there was that, but no, the fact that has been established now for like other parts in the series when it does potentially get serious at another point again, like that because like Gopta is one of like I feel like one of the more underrated, like underappreciated characters in Slime. So like to see him get this shine is really cool, and of course like we love Ranga, so I mean, I get the complaints. I get the complaints with this season of Slime. Don't get me wrong. People are like, oh, it's slow, meetings, whatever. But come on, like we've had this stuff
one over again.
And people forget. People like want Slime to be serious all the time. Like this show from the beginning has been a comedy, like world building series. Like it hasn't been.
Do you know why? It's because of the season 2 hype.
Yeah, well, yeah, people get that, and then they want that like all the time.
It's because of the season 2 hype. People expect season 3 to be something like season 2, where we get all these insane reviews and
like
fight scenes. But you know, and then season 3 comes in, is meeting simulator, and people are like, "What the fuck is this?"
Yeah, but it's not like we've had this content with Slime before.
Exactly. I mentioned in my video that season 3 is more like a calm season, more like sort of like like something you relax after a very intense season. And people were like, "Yeah, but we want action."
But okay, well then you might want to like if you're at this point in Slime complaining about that, then I don't know how you've made it to this point.
I think.
But yeah, I've been told from my subscriber that season 4 is back to season 2 content. So I was like, "Yay!" That'll be in 2 years' time.
I think
that'll be in 2 years' time.
for me with this, and it's just not even so much like I don't have an issue with the meetings themselves, but having to sit through that and not even have the meetings themselves feel like there's any interest in hearing their shit out, like that's just not it for me. That's my issue there. Like, what am I even like? If I'm not really interested in what they're trying to yap about, then how am I supposed to even hold up much value to it? I'm just sitting. I'm just basically that guy in the back, just waiting for the fucking seminar to end. It just isn't it. The tournament at least feels like there's some worth to that to the 3rd season, for me, from an enjoyment standpoint.
Like the money, the kind of what Rimura's building is like insane to like when you really think about it, like the amount of money and attention, which could also be a bad thing, granted, but the amount of money and interest that we already saw that dungeon has, like that's going to be such a moneymaker for Tempest. Like that's going to be. And even how they I thought it was really cool how they actually went into detail about how that was like set up, like how Ramirez was playing a part in setting it up and how it's actually like structured and laid out. Like, so then I could get some of the discussions and some of this meeting talk is like kind of a snooze, but like there still was some interesting things I feel like kind of sprinkled in there for like, especially what Tempest is building. Like compared to like even because the beginning of season 2, people had a lot of the same complaints, but I feel like this is even probably exceeded season 2, like in terms of just kind of how like the meetings and how slow it's kind of got at parts. But like I said, man, it's just like I get the complaints, but I mean, like I'm not surprised. Like I just, the people that are like surprised and they're complaining and want action, I'm just like I don't really, or want whatever. I don't really get it, because this is what slime has been since the beginning, like literally.
Yeah.
And this is like I've heard from even my one friend who reads the novel, like he said that this is a part that he knew when it came to the anime, that it was just like it's something they have to adapt. Like this is in the story, this is how it goes. Like, but he knew, he was even telling me like this part of slime is going to be slower probably than any other part of the series, but it's like parts of it are like, you know, important or essential for just like what Rimura is building in general. And you know, I mean that is true that this part has been this probably the slowest part of the series, but I don't know. I feel like it did have like there was still a lot of things that I've personally found interesting and with it, especially like what Rimura is building. More so like I feel like the dungeon is probably the thing that really grabbed me the most, and even like the tournament or whatever they had to you know, kind of show off.
I'll just say this right now, and I know I probably mentioned it before. Like, I think for me with slime is that I feel like when it went past Shizuru's arc and the Orc Lord's arc, like afterwards, I just didn't feel as strongly about the story as a whole anymore. I just felt like something was lost for me in that regard. I couldn't really know. Like maybe it's how stuff was paced back then compared to now. And like I wanted to get something out of just the third season. I mean the second season, which was broken into two parts if I remember correctly. It did. And like one moment was like I wasn't buying that shot. I wasn't buying that sort of that sort of, you know, that sort of thing where Mimu's place was attacked. Mimu's their village was attacked. Shion died and then was returned to life because Mimu basically you know evolved into a demon lord. I think, if I remember correctly, and I just didn't get by. I just wasn't into that development at all for a lot of reasons. And then the second one, Veldora was fun, you know, at first. I kind of liked his energy at the time, but I just didn't really feel for that too, because like that one was a lot of meetings as well. And then like the conflict with the conflict. What was that dude again? The one that had Dio's freaking voice. Clayman, yeah, that was like a funny ass beatdown, but just like what's the point? He's just like it's just everything just feels like it's fixed up that easily. At least for me, that it's just like a very uninteresting development. And so during this third season, where I wish there was more highlight with the conflict with Hinata. I
feel like that kind of like they built that up to be something like I thought that was going to be a lot more like serious. I don't know. There's the way they built it up,
and I didn't get anything.
I mean, she almost died.
And by this point,
I think that's pretty serious.
Yeah, but it wasn't in a really engaging manner. Like I'm supposed to worry. It doesn't feel like I'm supposed to worry. And so, because like we was just gonna fix her up. And so like, I just end up like it's just I watch it and I just feel like I just don't get much Like I just don't feel like I'm interested. Like it's still there to where I will try to watch it to see where it goes, but it's not to where like I feel very very invested in it at the moment. Like
I mean, it makes sense. Like, I would still like personally, this is probably the weakest season, like out of the three. But
it's definitely the weakest season.
yeah.
Well, it's a no-brainer as the weakest of the season.
Yep.
Oh, well.
Like, and I can get people's complaints, but the thing that I don't get is like people acting like this kind of stuff like came out of nowhere or like you know, like
Been there since season one.
Okay, yeah, that's where I'm a little. That's where I feel like I have to disagree with those people, like, because like, like most of Slime was not really so much action to begin with.
it's
It was
literally
trying to
comedy,
establish
world
it.
building, like empire building, whatever you want to say, like
So, like,
series, like.
But I do get the issue like where it's a little too much of like this non-action stuff. You feel like maybe you could just kind of, or at least make the non-action stuff a little more interesting. That's something that's a fair criticism you can make. You can go with non-action stuff and make it engaging without need to resort to all the action. You can do that. I don't think Tensura did much of that, if any, at least for this season. That's a genuine form of criticism I'd have.
Well, not every meeting can be like when all the demon lords gathered.
That was good.
But to be honest, I think season 3. But I think season 3 is where we actually get to see the how the world interact with the Tempest Kingdom now, rather than invading it. I mean, it's good to see the Rimuru resulting using more political way of dealing with things rather than focusing on starting to use threats as a demon lord. So he basically learned his lesson from season 2. So that's why this season 3 is seeing him taking actions and trying to formulate this relationship he had with Kingdom to minimize the chances of being invaded. So it's a very relaxing season in terms of we get to see how Rimuru using non-aggressive manner. But of course, what Hinata did was like she literally still unsure what Rimuru is all about until she fought him and understand him better. So there's that, but then you also get the fact that there are other enemies coming your way. But the way they build up the enemies is more like they're just introducing them in the story and say, yep, they're going to be a threat in the future. Just wait until season 4, then we can see the bigger threat to come. So I'm not a big fan of that, but as long as you know that they could be a threat, that should be good. So yeah, I mean, it's good to see that this season is more very relaxed, like something we remember from season 1, very world building, like introducing characters. Season 3 is much more like that, but more slower pace in terms of like how they handle the development of the Tempest Kingdom. So nothing to complain about. It's just that content creators like me will suffer from it because it doesn't really generate enough engagement. But again, this is a very important season for building Tempest Kingdom for the future arcs to come. Like I told you guys, season 4, from what I've been told, is where we get back to season 2 content again. So I'll be very keen to look forward to that. But that in between will be the second original movie to come, which it will be next year, I guess. Which I have no idea why they decided to make another movie. So yeah.
Yeah, for me, like I agree with a lot of other people. It's definitely the weakest season of Slime, and I also wasn't a fan of the meaning aspects as well. But to be fair, this is it. Season 3 just reminds us what Slime is really about. It's not about the action or Rimuru going to war with everybody. It's about the comedy and the world building and all that, and we got a lot of that in season 3. But one thing, okay, this is gonna be another hot take from me. One thing,
go for it.
I'm struggling to understand is that why people think the Coliseum aspect is just so much better than what we got in the first half. Because I mean, I feel like we got all the meetings and shit, and we got all those meetings and shit in the first half. But at least I honestly enjoy the whole thing surrounding Hinata and those 7 days clergy dudes, it's nice to see him get wrecked and all that. I honestly think the whole thing surrounding Hinata, her near-death experience, and that second fight she had with Rimuru, and her eventually becoming his ally, I thought that was pretty interesting. I actually quite enjoyed that. I mean, at least those meetings kind of led up to something interesting for me. The Colosseum thing, I just like. We have whole episodes dedicated to Rimuru just preparing and planning out the Colosseum. And the Colosseum itself, like, yeah, there were some cool moments. And the labyrinth was pretty cool. But I just didn't feel as strongly about it as other people. I didn't think it was that much better than the first half. I mean, to me, the way I see it is that the second half, like, we got more meetings, but it didn't lead up to something that was as interesting or as enjoyable for me. So that's kind of how I stand on it. Like, season 3 did have some pretty enjoyable stuff, but yeah, it's still like pretty much the weakest season for me, at least. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Any final thoughts, or like, is there any other show that was on the list that you guys want to talk about?
Not that I can think of.
Let's see.
No.
Let me see if we missed any.
Oh yeah, by the way, memory. Do you know that episode 2 for Blue Lock is out? Blue Box is out already.
Yeah, I saw that. I think. Yeah,
I still need to watch episode 1.
They said it was because the first 2 episodes came out on Netflix Japan, but they didn't come out on like international.
Yeah. Oh well, it is what it is, I guess. Oh, in fact, what else is there that we haven't talked about? Not really. I mean.
All right. So you guys ready to wrap this up?
Wrap this up, man.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Thank you guys for watching. Have a great day. Subscribe to my channel. Subscribe to these guys' channels. Follow me on Twitter. And I will see you guys next time.